All right, hello everybody. I have my tweets out. I'm starting at an earlier time than I normally do for Fridays. Kind of busy later on today, and that's both work in terms of things outside of work, but I definitely wanted to try and be a bit more prompt in getting things started. So I've done that. I'm just trying to think. I'm going to take one quick second here. There we go. Just want to bring my chat up front. I'm trying to think of any other details. This will possibly... No. There's definitely going to be one more. So for those of you who haven't heard I will be doing Cultist Simulator on the Steam website for Cultist Simulator. This will be to launch the new patch. That's a free patch, so for those of you who own the game but don't own the Perpetual Edition, you'll be getting the new content, the major victories, as well as the Long and the Apostle Legacy, which is apparently supposed to be very difficult. And normally I do those for a very long time. And in fact, last time I had the Elder Scrolls Arena going up. Usually the way this works is I tend to stream through that event. So if you like watching the Elder Scrolls and you like watching Cultist Simulator, at the end of or near the end of the stream for Cultist Simulator, you'll have to make a choice. But of course, there will always be a VOD of Elder Scrolls, whereas there will not always be a VOD of Cultist Simulator, at least on the Steam webpage. I'm just trying to think of anything else that's coming up. I'm still trying to jump, not even equitably, but I'm trying to give fair time to Crusader Kings, but obviously Stellaris is getting a lot more progress, and I think there seems to be a little bit more enthusiasm for that game. So apologies if you do like Crusader Kings 2. I'm trying to find a way to incorporate those inside of the schedule a little bit better. And one last thing I'll mention, I've become acutely aware of this between Cultist Simulator and Mass Effect, but the way the format's been working for the last few months, I really only have one free day now, which is Fridays. And I've sort of tried to get around this by doing, Elder Scrolls on Tuesdays, and then there's a Surviving Mars thing that I'll do on Thursdays when I can get the time. But having a dedicated Paradox day on Monday and then a dedicated Cultist Simulator day on Wednesday, this has actually resulted in me playing less Cultist Simulator because I only play that game one day a week now. And it's also meant that progress in games like Mass Effect 2 and such is quite a bit slower, and a lot of the things that I'd like to do moving forward are more story-based games, and ones that I think would benefit from having a little bit more attention. I kind of think the Strategy Mondays will be fixed, and partly this is because Paradox has been really good at keeping me in keys, so there's always a new reason to play those games. But also because I think it's always nice to have a little bit of strategy in the lineup. But what I might do is I might unpin Cultist Simulator from a dedicated Wednesday live stream. And what I'll do is there'll still be Cultist Simulator live streams, but they will be supplemented by maybe some vodcasts or something like that. And I think what that will allow me to do is make more progress in that game, because it's one that I'm very likely to play on my own time for fun. But it will also result in me having a little bit more flexibility in order to get through games like this. So just generally getting through more games is sort of the ideal. And obviously I do lots of monologues like this. So that is sometimes a feature for people, so I don't want to remove it too much. But basically, sort of doubling up the time that I spend on a game I'm interested in will make the extended rants a little less costly. So I'm at the 5-minute mark. I've given you all enough time to shuffle in. I tend to notice, I don't know if it's a Friday thing or if it's a Mass Effect thing, but I know attendance is always a little thin on Fridays. But that's fine because it is not always about viewer counts. Needless to say, I hope you are all doing well. Not archived, unread. Nothing new. Cool. I'm just trying to think if there's anything I want to do immediately. I think I'm going to save any codex reading for later because obviously I had a few minutes on my own. Let's see what the galaxy has to offer. This would be a great excuse, by the way, to this would be a great excuse to do some do some little exploration side quests and such. So we have the Eagle Nebula, we have the Minos Wasteland. Oh, Ismar Frontier's good. So yeah, I think maybe I'll mine out some things on the Eagle Nebula and the Minos Wasteland before we go to the Krogan DMZ, and we'll head on. So I know this is always a little bit of a slower start, but I'll try and move along. And in the spirit of making progress, I'll try and talk about stuff that comes up, or maybe what I might do is talk about some of the ideas for blogs and such. I like reading the planet descriptions and that, but I think that'll take a little more time than I had planned. So I started writing a blog at the beginning of the month, and it's occurred to me that we're over halfway through, and I'm no closer to finishing it. Part of it, so especially given the fact that there was probably an unedifying description of mansplaining, which went on way too long last cast. I apologize for that, because I don't really think I got the idea I had meant to come across. It will probably be sufficient for a bunch of people to unfollow the channel to find out that this one's actually going to be about diversity in games. And a little bit of it is actually to follow up on some of the stuff that I talked about in terms of old games. So one thing I am a little curious about, and I'm going to tab out for this just to get the number, one thing that's really interesting to take a look at is the price of Mass Effect now. So without any sales going on, let's go to Origins. Mass Effect 2. So Mass Effect 2 on its own is worth $19.99 for the standard edition. And I don't know if that's Canadian. I'm going to assume that it's US, although it could have a region. I just kind of went onto the website, without my login or anything like that. So we're looking at about $20, and obviously there's a pretty substantial difference between the Canadian and US dollar right now. So if that's in Canadian, it's less than expected. But obviously, once upon a time, this is a game that was worth $60, or whatever the regional equivalent was. And one of the earlier blogs dealt with this idea that whether you're measuring it in real dollars or nominal dollars, the price for video games is going down. And this is coming at a time when the costs of making games are going up. You might ask the question in terms of, why are the costs of games going up, and whether or not they're going up in real terms. And I haven't actually thought too deeply on the real question. So for those of you who may not be familiar with the distinction between real and nominal dollars, I think most people are familiar with the idea of inflation. So this will be sort of, if you imagine the old man talking about how, a cup of coffee used to be 5 cents way back in, or 25 cents or whatever it was, way back in the good old days. And of course now you're spending, $2 or $3 on it. The idea that a dollar gets you less over time is essentially the idea of inflation. Specifically what inflation is the increase in the overall price level of an economy. And of course an increase in the overall price level is equivalent to the devaluing of that dollar. Oh, that's right, we've got 60 probes now, so I should be able to explore everything. Now, the there we go. The big idea for the price of games going up, I think the largest factor of it is that I think one of the biggest imports and one of the most important inputs, sorry, I think I said imports. one of the largest and most important inputs to game design is human capital, human resources. The fact of the matter is that you need people to be able to create art. You need people to be able to write computer programs. You need to be able to, to be able to organize those teams. That's why, in fact, specifically, I think a lot of people know about my willingness to maybe not be an apologist for EA, but certainly do my best to sort of deflate some of the overstated criticism of the company. One in common, and I think not entirely unmerited comment about EA is that a lot of maybe too much power or too much money is going towards sort of management, and that's resulting in problems. Now, in terms of the money, that's actually been quantified. You can find that in their financial statements, and I would argue that EA is spending more on games than its North American comparable companies. So this would be 2K and Activision Blizzard. But whether you consider, this is the big thing. You don't even need to say, management is or isn't an important input into game production. The fact of the matter is that, however you measure it, people doing work is a very large part of game expenses. And there's two reasons why it's becoming more expensive. One, there are more people making games, and there are larger teams. But the talent's also better. And you're also competing, of course, with all the other kinds of tech jobs that are out there. But so in one sense, you definitely do things like buy computer programs. If you get a new version of 3D Studio Max, for instance, there's going to be a number of productivity improvements that allow people to do things better than they did previously, or to be able to do the same faster. And of course, the people who are making the games just simply know more about games. Like one of the reasons why XCOM by Firaxis is a superior game to the Julian Gollop original is that there has been quite a bit of development in terms of strategy games, particularly turn-based strategy games, largely influenced by what made XCOM so cool, the original one. And of course, the people who work at Firaxis are very good game designers. They're responsible for some, incredibly impressive titles. They're well studied in game design, and so as a result, they're just simply better at making games than somebody would have been, 20 years ago. And part of the reason that is just, games have gotten older. People are able to, to just simply know more about it than they did before. So whether it's through more talented work or through just simply more people, more hours worked, you have a situation where games cost more to make. And again, obviously this is all on like an adjusted basis. The quality adjusted basis becomes a little bit more murky, but in nominal terms, there's more money being spent on games, and it's probably not that hard to make a case for saying that, like, these are. You can't always just put everything down to to quality adjustments. Although again, I'm sort of neutral on that because I don't have a way of quantifying it. So why am I spending all this time belaboring the point? Well, one, because I need to do something while I'm on planets. But the interesting little feature of where we are in games right now is that the price has not changed in a really long time. I think, Oblivion was probably one of the first games to get that $60 price tag, and it really has not changed since then. But in terms of playtime, in terms of visual quality, in terms of just the sheer amount of things to do, Obviously, games have come a really long time since then, and obviously, once we start making that distinction between nominal and real dollars, the dollars that you are spending that on obviously are not worth the same as they were back when Oblivion came out. So what this means is that, you know, in real terms, you're spending less on games. And then also, like, in terms of the purchasing power of your dollars, but also just on a quality adjusted basis, like, the better games that you are getting today cost the same as the inferior games from yesterday. And obviously, you know, there's a lot of feelings of, you know, you don't make them like they used to and such, but that's maybe another conversation. So the reason why I wanted to do an article about diversity is that with video games costing more to make, and the fact that the prices haven't gone down, you know, you have some really interesting... There's an interesting puzzle, at least kind of on the face of things, right? If you have, you know, more being spent on games, either to make them better or because the talent's demanding more or what have you, you know, a company can't really stay in business without raising the price. And there are some techniques that are designed to bring in some more revenue. So there's things like DLC, there's things like loot boxes and that. But of course, these aren't uncontroversial. Like, obviously, these are things that people react very negatively to. And it also doesn't explain all of the you know, all of the profits of the games industry, because some games don't have those features. But of course, one of the really important things that hasn't been factored in is there's simply more people playing games now. And that can come through mobile games, that can come through, you know, just simply more people either... I mean, I don't really think access to computers is necessarily an explanation to that. But I think a large part of that is that games are a bit more accessible now. You know, there's been some better thinking in terms of how these things work. And then there's also a little bit more in terms of the types of stories that are being told. So whether or not you personally care for Gone Home, obviously games like that are things that, you know, a certain audience who maybe isn't as interested in something that a quote-unquote traditional gamer might be, that is something that speaks to them and something that they really enjoy. And then, of course, you get things like the Stanley Parable, which, again, it's a little hard to imagine that being anyone's first idea of a video game, but clearly it's something that really found an audience and was really exciting. So one of the things that I always find kind of, I don't know if it's dismaying or if it's just interesting about some of the dialogue in terms of diversity, and particularly this idea of quote-unquote forced diversity in games, is that the fact that there are more people buying a given game is one of the reasons why they are allowed to be priced the way that they are. You know, if you can't come up with additional revenue sources, if you can't rely on, you know, price increases, then the only real thing that, and you have to have, obviously nobody's going to advocate for the quality of games going down over time, and we tend to associate quality with things like having lots of things to do, or, you know, better visual fidelity and such, graphical fidelity, whatever the proper term would be. You know, all this sort of stuff tends to be, you know, you're suddenly losing a lot of degrees of freedom in terms of what you can change to make things move on. And I think one of the really interesting stories that comes out of this, and there's going to be a big, actually, you know, I think I'll save one of the big reveals for the blog itself. But one of the things that I've always sort of found so interesting about it is I certainly see a lot of reviews for games, and there's a lot of there's certainly no shortage of sort of outraged YouTube videos to sort of talk about why it is or isn't good, usually isn't, about a certain, I mean, diversity quota, I suppose, for lack of a better term, or something like that has been met. And I think one of the things that's so funny is that, you know, you don't really need to buy that game. if it's you liked the game before that change was implemented, I'm not entirely sure.
I have detected an anomaly.
Hey, thank you very much, Divination TV. I really appreciate that. Obviously, while I'm, when I'm doing these exploration bits, I tend to babble on a little bit, but I do appreciate that, because I know when the view count is low, I always sort of doubt myself. So thank you for saying that. I definitely won't pull you out for more engagement. And of course, I'll be going into a mission, so I can wrap it up. But I think one of the things that's so interesting about this is that whether or not you buy every game that comes out, and I think that's kind of impossible to do now because there's just too many of them, the fact that games appeal to a broader audience is actually something that is allowing us to enjoy sort of a golden age of gaming. The fact that we're able to get more, get more with dollars that are increasingly worth less. I know in Canada our inflation target's about 2%, so it's a pretty stable rate. I've heard that before, Divination, but it's always nice to hear, and that's the one thing. I mean, that's why I don't mind doing these mining missions, because I know some people like having it on as background, and I'm always happy to have people watch. So I really do appreciate it when you, when I get comments like that, and I definitely understand that some people like to stay in the background, but I love the opportunity to thank people like yourself personally. So I'm glad you're enjoying it, because that really does mean a lot. Yeah, I don't really know if I have anything else. I mean, obviously I'll leave it to the blog post to go into the details of it, but whether or not you want to, I think one of the big things that I've always been interested in is how you don't necessarily have to have a particular social or political agenda to to want to see an increase in diverse representation in games. Really, all that you need is a sort of a business case. One saying that I want, to spend less on games and have games continue to get better. And in that particular case, essentially making sure that there are more people buying games. And of course, there's only so much that marketing can do in terms of getting you access to a new audience. And so in that sense, it's just like anything. You need to make a product that people want to buy in the end. So that's why I've never been too bothered by.
Sandstorm is approaching from the northwest. Proceed with caution.
I don't even know what this mission's supposed to be. Obviously, I don't agree with every choice that I see in games, but I'm not the one who makes them. So, all right, we need to land on the planet Neath, Ammon System Eagle Nebula, and investigate the wreckage of the merchant freighter, and find out what happened to the wrecked freighter on Neath. I'm assuming that's the one that we're on, at least. All right. Engineering status compromised. Catastrophic damage to primary and secondary cores. Element 0 exposure levels critical. Fuel leaks throughout the engineering deck. Navigation status critical. Manual control of navigation impossible. VI control locked out by executive command. Authorization CRAT 43279. Sensors. Sensor status compromised. Short-range sensors offline. Unsafe planetary proximity detected at 0700 hours. Life support compromised. Life support returning to safe levels. VI control locked out by executive command. Authorization CRAT 43279. Shield status normal. Shields holding at 100% integrity. No shield breaches detected. VI network compromised. Combating potential contagion. VI control of critical systems locked out by executive command. Authorization CRAT 43279. Legion divided. Great to see you. How are you doing tonight? Communication status compromised. Damage to communication array critical. Activating the distress beacon. Which brings us... Obviously, I'm getting a slightly earlier start to to the Friday night stream, but that was kind of a conscious decision. So just relaxing a bit before bed. Well, I'll do my best to be relaxing. I know I sometimes get a little excited when I'm doing combat, but I actually remember I really loved playing the deluxe edition again, because there were all of the DLC missions that I never got a chance to experience, and of course I never experienced the game as a somebody who had played. Sorry, there was a med kit that I wanted to find before. We'll check that, but that's going to be my little landmark for checking out anything else on the right-hand side. I'd never played Mass Effect 1 before, so being able to sort of have that experience of seeing some of the old characters come back, but also to be able to do things like go to the original Normandy crash site, I thought that was a really great little bit, just because, you know, there's no combat or anything like that.
Short-range sensors just went offline, and I'm locked out of helm control. The VI is reporting malfunctions all over the ship.
Oops, forgot that paused the audio. But yeah, that was a really nice. I really love the fact that the game sort of had, I don't know if it's courage is the right term, but that they had sort of the confidence in the world that they'd built, to just let you have a moment with this ship that you spent an entire game with, and just to sort of reflect on all those moments. I found.
All hands. We are on a collision course and losing systems fast. Report to the escape pods immediately. This is not a drill.
I really did love that experience of just being able to kind of walk through that at my own pace. I like it when games do that sort of stuff. 750 credits for parts. The Shipping Man Fest. Reflective mech armor X3678. 14 crates of reflective mech armor X6378. Source Jahar Station. Destination ERCS facility. Loki Mechs 180. Source Han Kedar Experimental Mechanics Division. Destination ERCS facility. And a Ymir Mech. Same source, same destination. Still haven't got my space gobbledygook down. It's often nice to take a break from combat just to learn about the world. Yeah, it's why I like doing the codex entries too. Just being able to, you know, spend a little bit of time sinking in, drinking in the world. And you know, this is one of the reasons why I don't mind. You know, again, I expressed this a little bit earlier, but why I sometimes think we overstate our case a bit when we say that, you know, old games were the best. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I really like older games. I mean, I did Alpha Centauri on the GOG channel. Some of you are actually followers as a result of that. Let me just pick up those power cells. You know, being able to, you know, appreciate what came before is a really big thing. But I'll also tell you, I mean, I get this especially from the Battlefield games, being able to just have a new grammar, especially one that, you know, when you consider how sophisticated we are at reading visuals, being able to, you know, being able to leverage a lot of the conventions of motion pictures with engines like Frostbite or the new id Tech and whatnot. Being able to take advantage of that does mean that we have more compelling worlds and the potential for more compelling stories. And that means that sometimes you can actually just sit down and, you know, admire little bits of scenery like this. Hey, Domi, how are you doing?
Trent, we've got a problem in the cargo bay. Marcus says the mechs in the containers are activating and self-destructing. Go check it out.
The plot thickens.
Multiple hostiles powering up at your location. Recommend immediate extraction.
I'm hoping they don't show it behind me. I might rant, Domi, but I won't rant quite as regularly as I did. Oops. Yeah, I'm really bad at sniping in this game. I might be a little bit more selective. I gave a little bit of a preview of a blog that I was working on, and it's largely just the apolitical or even amoral case for diversity in games. I actually think that the fact that games appeal to a wider audience is the biggest reason for why we haven't seen increases in the price of games.
Good girl.
Activity has reduced. Ability to 90%. Proceed to evacuation.
I mean, it says go to the shuttle for evacuation, but I bet they're just gonna keep coming. Wow. Tally's going all in.
This. Yes.
I'm mostly doing this just so I can get the extra ammo.
Sandstorm activity has reduced visibility to 60%.
Might be less that the old games were better, than they were more memorable and fun at the times. But yeah, exactly. It's the reason why I know people who prefer the second Dark Souls. I prefer the story of the second Dark Souls, for whatever that means. Ooh, I really messed that one up. But yeah, there is something to be said. Like generally, in terms of Souls games, there is, the tendency I think is for
Activity has reduced visibility to 40%. Proceed to shuttle for evacuation.
gotta do my best not to go down on this one. But yeah, like obviously, the first experience of X is it's a really powerful, it's a really important feeling, and I think a lot of game designers are increasingly conscious of the fact that I thought I could hack this. Okay, I really gotta get behind some cover. I think designers are quite aware of some of the feelings that people have about, cherished IPs.
Sandstorm activity has reduced visibility to 40%. Proceed to shuttle for evacuation.
You can see, I think actually, who was it? In Exile Entertainment, I think it was. They were talking about their new Bard's Tale game, and sort of talking about this idea of how they needed to make it its own thing, because people just, become very protective of some of the nostalgia that they have for certain games. I will also say too, like I do think there is something to be said for one virtue that some of the older games have that maybe modern ones don't, is there is something to be said for working with constraints. I think that creates a sense of
Sandstorm activity has reduced visibility to 40%. Proceed to shuttle for evacuation.
I'm just really curious if I've moved. Yep. Okay. I just need to get back to the Normandy apparently. Later, suckers. We found no survivors in the MSV Corsica wreckage. Deactivated the distress beacon. 120 back experience, 6,000 credits total, 1,440 platinum, and a cartridge and a pear tree. And I do see your messages, Domi. I'll catch up with them really quickly. But yeah, it's the one thing I will say is there is something to be said for the constraints. I think it's why independent games have a tendency to do some interesting things because, of course, they can't just throw money and pixels at problems. They're facing constraints, and they need to stand out in a crowded marketplace. And so I think that's where you tend to see some innovation. But the same can be said about film as well. I haven't really watched a lot of new movies, but yeah, I mean, it's really hard to say that, you know, the 1920s was, you know, they don't make them like they used to. And obviously there's a certain selection bias because the things that were really memorable are the ones that we get to see now. Generally, the sort of schlocky stuff doesn't survive for older films like that. So, and again, I'm not particular. I mean, I think people can like what they like. I just think sometimes it's a little easy to overstate how good the older stuff was. You know, I don't even know what The Wife is, Domi, I'm afraid. No, I'm all right. I'm trying to keep it a little more moderate, but I've also been out in the cold for quite a bit, so I have a feeling that my voice probably reflects a little bit of that. But I'm fine. Thank you for asking. But you can feel free to tell me what The Wife is. Okay, so we did our trip to Bast. I usually like going from the outer rings to the inner ones. Oh, very nice. Okay, I'll take a look. I can't promise that I'll see it because there's a lot of things that I need to watch. Oh, actually, you know what? That might be an interesting topic for me to cover. What are some things that I've seen lately that I really like? I really like the show Billions. It's been a little while since I've seen it. I don't know if there's a new season out or not, but I think Billions is a really interesting show. I have not seen all of The Sopranos. I've been watching it. I will admit I tend to get a little distracted when I watch The Sopranos. I don't know if I just have the benefit of some of the television that came after it. What's Billions about? So Billions is, it takes place, there's sort of two central characters. Chuck Rhodes, who is I think it's the Attorney General of the Southern District of New York, very, high-profile law enforcement arm in the United States, and one that is particularly involved in financial crime, and he sort of seems to be based off of Bahara, and Elliot Spitzer is sort of the best that I can say that he's based off of. And there is sort of his rival, who's a hedge fund manager named Bobby Axelrod, and I can't remember. I used to know this guy's name. Just one second. I can't find. It actually seems there's a lot of speculation on that. I thought there was a really clear guy that he was based off of. Anyways, what's so interesting about the show, and then one of the big twists of it is that the Chuck Rhodes has sort of these political ambitions, but his wife, Wendy Rhodes, is she's a psychologist who works for Axelrod's hedge fund. So there's sort of the tension that's created through that relationship as well. It's a really interesting show about sort of power and money. I mean, it's the subject of just really great drama, and it does it in a really interesting way. Like I feel like they tend to take a lot of sort of they tend to take a lot of sort of tropes or cliches that you normally associate with, you know, cop movies or with the idea of the influence of money on politics and that. And they really tend to go a bit deeper. So I find it pretty good. I do want to catch up really quick with some of the chat though. Sopranos is so old. No, I'm watching it for the first time. And Divination TV says, what you hate about some games is when they have a romance and force you to have a heterosexual romance, and it doesn't give you the choice, you know. Well, see, the interesting thing for me, Davinate, I mean, I'm kind of boring. I'm, you know, the basically white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, heterosexual. So in this sense, you know, I talk about diversity in games, but I really do benefit from the fact that so many games really are based around my, you know, my particular preferences. The one thing I can say about romance options, I've always sort of had this view that designers should basically be able to make the games that they like. And so in that sense, obviously, so I suppose the example would be the sort of person who doesn't have a mind to, you know, expand the romance options in a game. If they were sort of given a mandate to give, you know, choices beyond that, I don't know if they would be well done. And in some senses, I sort of think, you know, ultimately it's the story that they want to tell. But I also think it's not that hard. You know, perhaps you bring in another writer, perhaps you bring in, you know, somebody who can do that. And I think there's a benefit for that, because I think if you know, if you alienate an audience, if you're only I don't think anybody wants to have a game where they just sort of feel preached at, or they just see the same viewpoint again. And so I think, you know, when you're talking, you're right. If, you know, if there's only one romance option, especially if it's a role-playing game where you're supposed to have lots of choices, limiting your choice of romantic partners can create a certain dissonance with player, and it's maybe one that is a little bit harder to justify in a game. And obviously with increased graphical fidelity, you know, we're becoming a little bit more invested in these worlds, and I think it's more reasonable for players to say, yes, I actually want to have experiences which are closer to what I want, or fantasy that I want. So it's a tough one for me, because you know, sometimes this means that, you know, the limited scope of some games is something that you know, at least in the name of consistency, I would say it's like, well, you know, if somebody decided to make a game where, you know, you only have one romance option, that's the story that they chose. But it doesn't mean that I have to like it either. I think sometimes if you make a too limited of a choice, sometimes that means you haven't thought very deeply, or sometimes you haven't necessarily made the game as available to an audience. But I also need to appreciate that I come from the perspective of somebody whose tastes really have been catered to for the majority of the kind of the history of the medium. So I think I can sort of afford to be a little more blasé on it than I think is justified. So sorry for being a little boring on that answer. Thank you very much for the host, Captain Shield. Ragnus Domi says, you personally don't hate that. It's only when characters have no chemistry and they're only together because they are important to the story, but you prefer games who give you the choice as well. Why do you hate this? Legion Divided says, you don't disagree that forced romance is weird, but you cannot remember any game that you've played that's had any... Yeah, well, I think one of the things, too, is that obviously in terms of gaming, it's like if you play a game like The Last of Us, there's a very clear character arc. It's almost like a game that they kind of wanted to make a movie instead. And, you know, there's this series of things that you do as Joel, and you know, all of the choices are kind of Naughty Dog's, not yours, which, you know, obviously it's a very successful and very loved game. And in that particular situation, I mean, I guess I don't think there's a romance in The Last of Us, but so in that particular case, I don't really feel the absence of options any more than I do some of the other things. So obviously the big decision that the main character makes at the end of the game is not one that the player makes. It's one that the writers of that game make for you. And I personally don't think that's as interesting. But I mean, obviously I'm not in a position to really argue with The Last of Us. Like, I'm sure Naughty Dog will be able to get over my disapproval of, of their decision. Wolf Jedi 1999, thank you very much for that follow. I appreciate that a lot. So obviously that's one that hasn't, that's one that didn't really give you a lot of options, but it's a game that was very successful and I think kind of spoke to its audience. But on the other hand, if you're playing a game like Mass Effect, which really does seem to sort of pin itself to this idea of choice and the ability to do lots of things in the galaxy, if romance is one of the options, then it's a little strange that you get to play different sexes, and that your options are only limited to the opposite. It's although I do think Mass Effect is a little bit interesting too, in that every character isn't so one case where I think there might be a little bit too much choice is the ones where by default it's almost like the Sims approach, where every character has the potential of being equally attracted to each other. I sometimes think there's something interesting in saying that, if each character has a certain type or a certain set of preferences, and if you don't meet them, it'll be harder or impossible to romance them. But on the other hand, games aren't simulations of life, so, whether or not there's anything added by that, I don't know. I did not, Sean Bean, because I don't have a console, but I did watch somebody play it on stream, so obviously my experience of the story is secondhand. And who else do we have here? We've got Last of Us 2 has romance though. Yeah, so I don't know. I didn't think Last of Us 2 was out. And Life is Strange also gives you the choice to pursue Chloe or Warren. Oh, that's right. Yeah, but you can't date anyone. I forgot about that. I didn't really put a lot of thought into romance options. But I'll be honest though, in my own case, I don't really follow a lot of the romance options in games. I think one of the reasons why I liked Gone Home quite a bit was because it was the first time that I sort of saw a love story that I sort of felt had this nice emotional core to it. So that I thought was really good. I'm out of probes. I gotta go back to the center. But yeah, it's a little bit like, I completely forgot to investigate Strabo as well. Did you know you can finish Gone Home in less than a minute? I did not know that. That's really fun. But yeah, I don't know. It's a little bit like... Oh, I totally ignored this. I'm a moron. I just want to double check there's nothing in the asteroid field for me either. But yeah, sorry, it was Definition TV. I know you said you liked lurking quite a bit, so I don't know if your silence is just your inclination of lurking, or I know there was a little dissent to your view inside there. I hope that wasn't alienating. But I do appreciate the topic coming up, because this is one of the funny things. This might be a good one to leave open to chat, actually. It's what do you guys think of romance options inside of games? Because I don't always lock into them as much, because it's a little bit like Hollywood movies, where I don't think there are as many love stories now, because it tends to be sort of something that's been co-opted into every movie. Like every movie has a romantic interest, and so there are fewer just ordinary love stories. Or if there are, it's like, dangerous liaisons, and like everybody's just using each other or doing really awful things. So Domi says, as someone who likes visual novels, you tend to pay attention to that. And though there are a lot of straight characters, most of them are not. Well, see, that's a really interesting one too, because, and I'm speaking more from a point of demographics than any particular knowledge, but obviously the visual novel is a more affordable type of game, so it's less costly to make a visual novel than it is a first-person shooter. And if you happen to be in a group that's not normally very well represented in gaming, and whether that's a minority through appearance, or if you have a particular sexual preference that isn't represented well inside of games, it's sort of kind of been the way that a lot of these things work. And this is not just in gaming. This seems to be pretty much any artistic medium. You tend to, you work with what you have, and in this case, you can get these stories told. The stories that aren't being told elsewhere, inside of things like visual novels, because they're the more affordable option. Whether or not you could do, a first-person shooter. I don't know if a first-person shooter like really deals with the themes that I think visual novels want to cover anyway, so that's another thing. But that's obviously why it's really great that digital distribution becomes more open, because that means that more people have an ability to see a return on their projects, and as a result, they're able to kind of find a wider range of expression. Yeah, again, if somebody's lurking, I never want to try and drag somebody out, but obviously if there's I don't necessarily mind voicing dissent or trying to give another perspective on things that people bring up inside of chat, but I never like the idea that somebody's been piled on or something like that. I like it when people share their ideas, even if they're not ones that I necessarily agree with. Data mining confirms that the last reported location of a merchant freighter, the MSV Corsica, as the Gera station in the Strabo system. Possibility exists that clues pertaining to the anomaly that caused the mass malfunction of the mechs aboard the Corsica can be found aboard the Gera station. Captain Shield says you don't tend to play a lot of games where it has them, but you think it's nice that there can be an option for it even if you don't pursue it. Yeah, well, I think, a great example of this would be, I wouldn't mind if the story of Max, for instance, you only had the option of quote unquote romancing Chloe, because while it's true that, it might be true that the game does sort of have a make your own choices sort of a thing, I do think that a game like a game like Life is Strange really does, it's telling a particular story. Yes, you get your choice of endings. Yes, you kind of make some decisions in terms of how you get to those endings, but there is kind of a consistent story that's being told. I'm just going to take a quick second here to refresh my dashboard, because it's not actually giving me a quality readout. Okay, apparently I need to escape the station even though I just got on. But yeah, so in that sense, I'm fine kind of going on the journey that the game designers intended for me. Dr. Galwind, my suggestion, we have cut power to all systems, save critical life support, in hopes that disabling these systems will deny the VI the resources that it needs to kill us. This is a temporary solution. We cannot last this out on our own. But yeah, like a game like Mass Effect, or I mean, so one of the things about role-playing games, and this is really apparent during my my Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall playthrough, is that that's really a game that's all about giving you choice and letting you do your own thing. And so I can definitely see why in a game like that, a limitation in terms of your romance options is actually very damaging, because of course the fantasy or the illusion that you have in a game like the Elder Scrolls is that you have this freedom of choice. And if all of a sudden, you know, you can only kiss a certain type of person is thrown in front of you, it immediately pulls you out of that. It immediately pulls you out of that experience. So I think I think the best that I can say, I guess where I fall on the issue, is that it's a game-by-game thing. That some games I sort of accept that I've been put on a particular journey, and even if they're not choices that I would do myself, they're ones that I can appreciate as somebody who wants to go along for the ride. And games that rely a little bit more on choice and freedom, such as the Dragon Age games or Mass Effect, obviously that is it's a little harder to justify. So what else were we saying here? The romance, yeah, and actually I've not played Dragon Age yet, so that's going to be another thing that comes up on the channel, by the way. Domi says you think romance games that are not visual novels tend to be pretty underwhelming in general. Still got to play Gone Home though. If you have a membership to the Humble Trove, you actually have access to Gone Home right now. But if you're not a Humble monthly subscriber, you can just wait till it goes on sale. Legion Divided. I'll just read what Legion Divided says, and then I'll see what I'll move on with this journey. Legion Divided says you find romance in games to be generally I think it's unmoving because it's often poorly written, boring, or not interactive and strange. They put you in a position of someone who should act like they're in love with a character, which you generally don't find yourself really invested in. They tend to work best when they're treated more like an interactive movie, where you are more watching the characters than put into one of their places. When you're supposed to romance a character, it can often pull you out of the game. Yeah, actually, that's not a bad point.
Area power restored.
So clearly,
Intruders are requested to report to the cargo doors for immediate removal from station.
I think that's a really interesting point, because obviously if you are taking the perspective of the main character and the author of the game has said,
Intruder detected. You are not authorized to be in this area.
you need to be attracted to this person that you personally are not attracted to, that's kind of weird, and I think that can pull you out of the experience. I should actually talk with some of my writer friends about how you deal with that in a game. Dr. Gelwind, my firm belief is that the VI is paranoid about the possibility of infection. Its current homicidal behavior is likely out of inflated desire to keep us from shutting it down. I believe that the VI is malfunctioning and that it believes our equipment to be infected by a virus. If we continue to try and shut her down, she will keep trying to destroy us. Maybe our only recourse is to just do nothing and convince her that we are not a threat. Attention all docks personnel, we are expecting a shipment of mech parts from the Han Kedar facility on Capek, Haskins Titan Nebula, to make sure the VI knows to accept the docking request from the freighter, the MSV Corsica. Sapek, I think, is a science fiction author. I don't know if it's Sapek or Chapek.
Restored. 1 door enabled. 3 doors enabled. 2 doors enabled.
Oh, neat.
All doors disabled. 2 doors enabled. 3 doors enabled. 1 door enabled. 3 doors enabled. 1 door enabled. 3 doors enabled. 2 doors enabled. 5 doors doors enabled.
Stupid Mass Effect making me think. I think we already did this one. Yeah.
All intruders intentionally violating quarantine are requested to exit the station immediately.
I will admit one thing that really, I have a feeling I'm probably going to get.
Plasma venting in progress. Attempting to reach the maintenance controls will most likely result in serious injury or death.
Kennings, I'm positive that the trouble with our VI started after the Corsica docked with us. Telson is looking into the VI itself. In the meantime, I need you to go through the logs and find out everything that was on that ship. Exactly, Captain Shield. Making some money. What was I going to say? So one of the things that really got me into Mass Effect was the fact that I got to, the fact that I got to.
There have been 4 fatalities on this station in the last week. Remember, safety is everyone's responsibility. All attempts to decontaminate station have failed. Require more power to escalate defenses. Maintenance area power restored.
But yeah, so one of the things that really attracted me to Mass Effect was the fact that you got to do the big dramatic speech before the final fight. The romances were just kind of like a side benefit. Sean Bean says 2 or 3 characters in particular were awful. You never brought them with you unless you had to. Didn't leave you with many other options. Legion Divided says you're going to go to sleep. Have a wonderful evening, Legion Divided. Really appreciate you hanging out for the time that you did. Hope you have a good rest, and we'll see you next time. And I think I'm caught up.
Research area power restored. Beam engaged. Testing area has been locked down according to protocol M29-2. Reflective armor prototype repositioned.
Alright, I bet I'm gonna have to like try and redirect the... Oh.
Reflective armor prototype repositioned.
Not quite.
Reflective armor prototype repositioned. Reflective armor prototype repositioned.
Is that... I don't know which one is move. Oh, okay.
Reflective armor prototype repositioned. Reflective armor prototype repositioned. Reflective armor prototype repositioned. Testing area has been unlocked.
Yay.
All personnel take this opportunity to leave the station immediately.
Trying to make progress when I can. Okay. I guess this is the last
Hub
one.
area power restored. Central mainframe access granted. Docked vessel detected. Attempting to upload central programming into docked vessel's mainframe.
Edie's not gonna like that.
Intruder detected. You are not authorized to be in this area. This is a secure zone. Please leave this station immediately. I regret to inform you that all attempts to defend the station have failed. Shutting down security protocols.
That was a fun one. Deactivated Jara station's security protocols, escaped the station. Some experience credits, iridium, nothing too special. I just need one quick second to... Alright. Had to tab out for a second, but I don't think that'll affect the video. Okay, let's just...
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
I bet it's... Is it gonna be the VI singing Daisy to me? MSV Corsica, last known docking coordinates. From Edie, information acquired. Location coordinates, Jara Station, Strabo System, Eagle Nebula. Data mining confirms that the last reported location of the merchant freighter MSV Corsica as the Jara Station in the Strabo System. Possibility exists that clues pertaining to the anomaly that caused the mass malfunction of the mechs aboard the Corsica can be found aboard Jara Station. It's red. Source of the VI virus detected from Edie. Information received. Planet information Chapek. Haskins Systems, Titan Nebula. Data from the quarantine VI at Jara Station indicates that a possible source of the VI virus outbreak is the Han Kedar facility on the planet Chapek. Coordinates have been downloaded into the galaxy map. By the way, that author is the one that the Stellaris Synthetic Dawn patch is named after. And from Captain Bailey CSEC. Hey Shepard, just wanted to let you know that the Drell kid's doing okay. Everything's been taken care of legally, and he's doing some work for me, helping me to deal with some of the trash in the wards. Maybe make life better for some of the kids like Mouse. Not perfect, but then what is? Don't know if your Drell and mine are talking. I told him that life was too short not to, but I don't know if it took. Good luck out there, Bailey. Okay. Yeah, so that's gonna push us into Haskins and the Titan Nebula. We'll see if that's available to us. I'm actually going to do a quick save here. I know we're an hour in, so there's a side of me that would like to kind of do a main story mission, but I sort of want to see, at the very least, I'm going to get this system dealt with. We only have the relic system left for us.
Reserves at 50%.
So I'll get the last little bit of mining done here, and maybe we'll do a story mission on Tuchanka. The 60 probes really do make all the difference.
Probe launched. Probe launched.
How often do I play games off stream? It really depends, Sean Bean. When I don't have a lot of stuff to do, I tend to play quite a bit. The stuff I've been playing off cast, I put a little bit of time into Subnautica last night. I quite enjoyed that. I've been playing a little Ghost Recon Wildlands, which I know it's not everybody's favorite game, but there's some things about it that I really like. I do enjoy XCOM quite a bit. Chaos Reborn. I've actually played less Cultist Simulator off cast, and I want to get back into it. That's one of the reasons why I'm going to do more vodcasts of Cultist Simulator, so I can just play the game a bit more. And then I started playing Stalker.
Probe launched.
So... And then, of course, I play a lot of Paradox games on my own. So it varies, Sean Bean, but I would say I get a fair amount of gaming done when I can. The catch is that gaming is one interest that I have, which is sort of beside. It's sort of beside some other interests that I have. So I really like economics. And I'm very lucky that I'm able to do that as part of my work. I actually had, so this is going to sound a little self-aggrandizing, but I'm sure you guys are used to that by now. But I was talking with a coworker, and he was sort of saying that, you know, I'm very lucky to work here because he had been working for 3 years to try and work in this analytical division, which is what I work in. And, I started off there. I did a rotation in a division which really is in line with, so this is, I know Domi remembers this, but so I got a chance to study with somebody who's really sort of, the leader in price index estimation and the theory behind that. So that's something that I know reasonably well, and I can do reasonably well. And that was one of the original places that gave me a job offer on his recommendation. But there was something about working at this analytical division which was appealing both in the subject matter, but also because it was something that I did myself. It wasn't just the fact that I had a famous by the standards of academia famous prof giving me a recommendation. It was on the merits of sort of my interview and my, the work that I put into that. But of course, because it's a, the role that I have is that of a civil servant, there's obviously, I sort of need to demonstrate when I do a project, I need to sort of demonstrate its value to Canadians. I can't just do any old paper that comes into my mind. There has to be some, there has to be some justification for me using that time effectively. So when I can, I like to try and pursue some of the topics that don't necessarily fall under sort of my research portfolio at work. And I'll read books as well. And the thing is that when you do that kind of work, it can be very time-consuming. I mean, sometimes it really is just reading things and thinking about things, or trying to get some data and work with it. But it obviously doesn't necessarily lend itself to gaming. Although I have done a thing on some board game statistics recently, so occasionally there's a bit of an overlap. And then I do also enjoy doing the streaming thing, and some of the work on streaming action. So, one thing I would like to do if I can is improve sort of not just the quality of the stream, but I'd like to, at least some point this year, put some effort into outreach. I would sort of like to get my name out there and try and have more people be aware of the channel, if not watching it. Because I know there's a couple people who I know who have sort of these deals with like certain websites. They'll put a deal on a game, and they'll be the streamer that appears on that page, and it's a great way that you can like get to triple-digit viewers or something like that. And beyond sort of an in on that, there's obviously other ways that you can build an audience, but I've always sort of relied on word of mouth and just people finding a game that, so for instance, if somebody's looking for Mass Effect 2, they like Mass Effect 2, and they happen to see me streaming today, and if they like what they hear for one reason or another, maybe sort of my mini rant on diversity in gaming, or romance options, or whatever, then they might follow. But obviously that relies on a few things. It's relying, every time I stream a game, I'm assuming that there's some set of people who want to watch that game, and that there's some subset of that group at that particular time that will be interested enough in my stuff to want to see it again, especially when I'm not doing that particular game. So that's not necessarily a recipe for broad success. But one of the things I also want to do is not get so focused on chasing a bigger number of people watching that I get rid of some of the things that I personally enjoy, or I know that you guys enjoy. The other nice thing is that there are some ideas that I have for streams which I've actually had for about half a year, and it's just taken me a really long time to do the research for them, or to find the time to put things together. and I've started to dedicate a little bit of time to get that stuff done, which means that there will be some big events coming up. I mean, some of it can be like the Battlefield stuff. In the case of Battlefield, I didn't do any real special research other than going to the War Museum to take a look at some of the things. So sometimes there's low-hanging fruit in terms of special events. Like, I really like doing Battlefield. I don't know if it was everybody's cup of tea, but I felt like that was something where I got to bring across ideas that I'm interested in that I don't always get to talk about. But yeah, so I'm putting a little time to that. And then there's a couple of things which, at the moment, so I've learned something about the special projects that I'm doing for Twitch. When I talk about them, I'm actually pretty good at getting people excited for those ideas. And the one problem is that if something gets in the way of me realizing them, it creates this really tremendous sense of guilt when people ask me about it. And they're like, hey, when are you going to do, when are you going to do X? I was really excited about that idea. And I always have to say, it's like, I still need to wait for my pass to the Library and Archives of Canada and stuff like that. I feel really bad that I don't get that sort of stuff done. So if I sound like I'm being a little cagey on that answer, it's because, well, it's not, I mean, you asked me how much I play games. I suppose I've answered that pretty thoroughly. But if I sound a little cagey in terms of some of the future projects, it's because I'm learning to be more disciplined and not actually talking about something until it's ready to show. And it's sometimes a shame because I know there's sometimes a preview can bring a little more attention to something and it'll get an audience, but because I do all this stuff as a hobby, it's sometimes hard to really sort of tuck in and get stuff done. And thank you, Captain Shield. It's always nice to, again, it's so, I'm gonna sound really needy, and I probably am, but hearing approval of stuff that I do means a lot. Alex the Rambler is somebody who hosts this channel fairly often, actually. He's really good about that, and he's got a much larger audience than I ever will. But he put out a video recently about the fact that in his Twitch chat and also on his YouTube channel, he has some people who are just deliberately going out of their way to basically just try and make him upset. He had a fairly, so in this case he had a relationship with a young woman named Eden, and there were some really racist comments made about him. His girlfriend was a different ethnicity from him, and he took a breakup with her rather hard. It came as a surprise to him, and she was kind of a public part of the channel for a while, and obviously he needed to address the fact that they were no longer together, and it was something that affected him, and understandably so, right? There are it'd be nice if romantic entanglements always ended in a neutral way, but they don't, and sometimes it's more hurtful to one side than the other. And so for months after, there's still people leaving some comments on like his YouTube videos and such, trying to upset him about that. And so he kind of finally, sorry, I can't remember why I got on this topic. Why was I talking about Rambler? Anyways, he did a rather good video about it and just trying to get people. I'm trying to remember why I brought up this video though. It was Alex the Rambler. I know he did this video about. Oh, that's right. One of the things that I thought was really effective about that video. So I'm talking about the negative. But one of the things I thought was really effective about that video was that he read out an email that he got from a fan who has apparently been watching his channel for years, and that was when he was a bigger Total War streamer. Now he's a little bit more variety. He does a lot of Hearts of Iron 4, for instance. And it was just a very pure, very honest, thank you for so many years of entertainment. I've really enjoyed it. And, Alex is somebody who's gotten a little plaque from YouTube for hitting a channel of a certain size. He gets invited by Paradox to do things like the YouTuber Stellaris War. Like, this is somebody who is serious about the streaming stuff. And I thought that moment in his video it communicated a really important thing, and more importantly, I thought it created an incentive for the right behavior, which is that it is very rare for content creators to hear an unambiguously nice thing about the work that they do. You'll get a lot of backseating, you will get, especially when you're bigger, I'm not bigger, but when I get to do things like the Cultist Simulator streams, like the one that'll be happening on the 22nd, there is no shortage of people who will go out and say, why did you get this guy? He's no good at the game, or he's no good at it, or, I could do a better job, blah, blah, blah. And, maybe people could. I mean, I'm not the only person who can stream Cultist Simulator. But I thought, so the one thing that was good was that I think positive behavior from viewers should be recognized more often. Because obviously if you complain about bad behavior, then you're giving attention to bad behavior. But in addition, I think it articulated a really important point, which is that, there is still a person behind each broadcast, and they have sort of their priorities and also their insecurities. Sometimes there's obviously a benefit to presenting maybe a little bit more of a there's an incentive to maybe putting on a little bit more of a brave face than is actually true. But I thought he did a really good thing by sort of highlighting how you may not get as much praise as you think doing this thing. So I really do appreciate it when you guys do take the time to say things like that. Okay, so I think what we're going to do with that other mission is we're going to wait until I'm helping out Samara and whatnot. We'll kind of take care of this part of the galaxy later, because I don't think it's worth flying all the way across to deal with that. Now, I am going to try mining out the Minos Wasteland, but I don't want to spend too much time on it, so... Sean Bean says, did you see the PR guy for Insomniac went off Twitter for a while because of the abuse he got? I didn't know that, actually, but that's a real shame, especially because I thought Spider-Man was really well received. Oh, there'll be a mission here. Service scans report potential alien signatures from within the mining facility. Anomalous life signals detected. Whereabouts of facility staff is unknown. And yeah, it's a shame, Captain Shield. I mean, to a certain extent, you need to... you just deal with it because it's part of the internet. It's not a good feature of the internet, but it's not necessarily a surprise. But on the other hand, it'd be nice if there wasn't that cost to doing this thing. And to a certain extent, like in my own particular case, I can definitely say that there are times that I've sort of courted I've definitely courted a certain type of individual responding to me. So, in the case of, that EA article, obviously that was written in a very aggressive tone. And it, obviously that's speaking with a particular voice. Like, it's definitely a literary technique that I was using in that one. But I wasn't under any illusions that there might be a certain type of reaction to that particular article. So obviously if people were to come after me on that one, I'm maybe not in a position to, to complain the same way that I might if there was another, not bad at this. It's my melee sniping. So, it's a case-by-case thing, but, like, obviously in the case of something like Alex and his girlfriend, like, he's clearly not, he's not poking the bear when he's dating someone. He's dating someone. So, there was a release to, oh yes, I did hear about Puddlegate, Sean Bean. That was so dumb. I had no idea that the Insomniac PR guy was being harassed for that. That's bad. Especially because I thought Spider-Man was a really good game. I haven't played it, but I've never heard anybody say anything. Oh, if you guys want to watch somebody who did a good Spider-Man playthrough, Johnny Big Time had a great Spider-Man playthrough. If he comes in, I'll show you the clip, because it's been a while since I've shown you a Johnny clip. Sorry guys, I just need to tab out for a quick second here. But yeah, Puddlegate was so dumb. Like, this is the big thing. I know I've had a couple people come in and talk about a press that's anti-gamer, and I really don't think the gaming press is anti-gamer. But it's you can make it like, the doctor that tells you, you're dying of a disease is not necessarily happy that that's happening, but they are informing you of the problem. And I think in some cases, if there's a sickness in the hobby, as is evident by the reactions that people have over meaningless things like puddles, I think it's the role of the press to report that sort of stuff, to provide context and to let us know what's going on. And by virtue of the fact that the news is not always good, that can sometimes come off as hostility. I know the press that I've heard from, apparently they have to deal with the perception that they don't like games a lot because of negative reviews or negative aspects that they talk about in some games. And I always think that's kind of unfortunate, because nobody goes into games journalism to become rich. Like, it's hard to imagine anyone doing that for a reason other than love of the hobby. But what do you think of it, Captain Shield? Alien machine discovered. Smithson's men dug out some kind of alien machine today, like nothing I ever saw. Called up some of my contacts and found out that there's a market for this kind of thing. Looks like some squints over at the Alanis Risk Control are willing to part with a ton of credits to get their hands on one of these things. Far be it from me to deny them a chance to pay me. Strange glow. Cooper and Jorgensen say that they saw a damned alien thing glowing, and hell if I'm going near it to... Sorry, I'm like... My voice is not at all in a state to properly read Foreman Lawrence's logs. I don't get paid enough to expose myself to weird alien artifacts. I have to admit, though, it's an awfully pretty sound coming from that back room. And something's different. Cooper, Jorgensen, and them ain't doing so well. Not feeling so good myself either. Stay near the machine. Feel better. Not sure I want to let the Lannis folk take it. Think they should stay right here with us. Think it should stay right here with us. think I should switch to the machine pistol in this case. But yeah, Captain Shield, I'm curious what you think of Spider-Man if you have a
Shepard, I
second.
detected powerful alien signature deep within the mines. It appears the device is the source of the husks. It is likely that destroying it would stop them.
Suck. Also, I should... Oh, not an Inferno Grenade. I should be switching to... I should be switching the ammo, but I don't think I actually have incinerating ammo. Really like it. You were expecting to, especially since you've been looking forward to it since it was announced. Reminds you a lot of Web of Shadows. I don't think I'm familiar with Web of Shadows. I am sad that I've not been able to see Jack do some of her more showy abilities. Oh, nice of them to remind me I have a melee attack. I think they're just going to keep generating forever.
Taking heavy fire.
Comrades, I just died. A lot of those sites rely on ad revenue, though. Writing incendiary opinion pieces seems like a tactic of their sometimes. Oh yeah, I mean I think that's true of a lot of media coverage. So, I think there's a way. So, like, obviously, when I wrote the AA article, in that case, definitely the tone could have been different, but I would have gotten less take up for it. And I certainly would not want to communicate that I necessarily agree with everything that's been presented in the, in the media. Like anything, I read with a somewhat critical eye, and I do my best to try and find that balance between the two.
I detected powerful alien signature deep within the mines. It appears the device is the source of the husks. It is likely that destroying it would stop them.
Want some more?
But as with most things, oops. Sometimes there's a matter of discernment. So, like, obviously there's a certain type of headline which I have a predisposition to click on, but I sort of train myself not to. So if it's talking about one weird trick, I will usually abstain. And I think more importantly, like, in some cases, so if I think it's a just, unnecessarily maybe overwrought or otherwise, as you say, incendiary opinion that seems to be kind of structured just to get attention, sometimes I'll even try and just try and get some some mileage out of discussion of the idea. Like, if they're talking about something that doesn't really merit discussion, maybe just talking about the article and talking about the sorts of sort of commercial pressures that result in articles like that. Oh, I don't know if I'm supposed to charge this or... Yeah, obviously trying to get some kind of, try and turn it into a good rather than a, just another opportunity to get mad. But it's hard sometimes because, like, sometimes the fact of the matter is there are opinions that are just not worth engaging with. That, if some guy does an opinion piece and it's, has no basis in fact, or it's clearly just designed to get a rise out of me. Sometimes it's enough to say, it's like, look, I don't agree. I don't see why there's any reason to spend time on this. I think a lot of people could say the same about my articles, but obviously I'm not seeing any ad revenue for mine. So Web of Shadows is another Spider-Man game from 2008. It's a bit of a decision-based Spider-Man game, as you could do choices leaning you on the path of good or bad. Oh, interesting. And Sean Bean says, you never click on those articles. They don't deserve your 2 cents in ad revenue. Yeah, exactly. And the other thing too, like I think this is true of a lot of different forms. Like, obviously, there are some differences in like I do think there are some standards that you can hold people to, but obviously there is. So, like, personally, I think the appetite for YouTube outrage videos is far beyond its actual benefit or place in the market. That's, that's a me opinion. Like, I could really do with a lot less of those types of videos. But clearly people click on those. Clearly, like, they are able to sustain themselves. I think one of the things that I find so astonishing is that there are sites which are dedicated to, how dishonest gaming media is and how they're playing it straight. And I think I watched like 5 videos of them, and it's quite literally just them reading like an article from Polygon or something like that, and then occasionally editorializing every couple of lines. And I'm like, this guy's channel doesn't exist if gaming journalism, changes. Like, what's he gonna make his videos of? I think it's actually kind of impressive that he's not been sued for effectively plagiarism, because I'm not entirely sure the editorial is really sufficient original content. But I'm not a lawyer, so I don't have that. And by the way, I don't necessarily think that guy should be sued, because I don't agree with his opinions. But it's just an example where, like, if Polygon's trying to get ad revenue for its actual journalistic work, and there's an outrage mob who wants to hate Polygon, and they're all watching this guy's YouTube videos instead of like reading the article, it's like, well, do you guys want this stuff or not? But yeah, I mean, again, the biggest thing is that I do sort of know that, so obviously my tastes are inconsistent with the behavior in the market for coverage of games. I don't know if I'd call some of the YouTube stuff journalism, but obviously there is a demand for the sort of stuff I don't like, and there isn't necessarily a very strong demand for the stuff that I put out. And that's fine, because I get enjoyment just for doing these broadcasts. It doesn't necessarily have to be something that I see fame and fortune from. But sort of acknowledging the fact that there's a mismatch between what people seem to be wanting to look at on YouTube relative to what I personally enjoy looking at. I sort of accept that the sort of stuff that I get frustrated by is something that somebody's getting, some use out of. for good or ill. And it's why I sometimes try to mellow out a little bit in terms of the content. Oh, actually, here's a controversy I can jump on. The Gillette ad. Because I know this seemed to piss off a lot of people. The most interesting criticism that I think can be made of the Gillette ad. This is the one. It's like. Is it like men? It's not men should be better. It's men be a better man or something like that. I don't know. The most interesting criticism of that ad, in my opinion, is, I think it's the Latin phrase is quo warrantum. By what right? It has nothing to do with the actual message of the... Well, okay, there's a small component in terms of the message of the video. And it is more just simply asking the question, who are you to tell me this? So, in terms of a cultural gesture, a product which traditionally is associated with, masculine virtues, let's say, that then addresses the topic, of hashtag Me Too or all the things that come up in that video. As far as a gesture is concerned, it's one that's obviously very attention-getting. Like, from a marketing point of view, it's very hard to say that was not a successful campaign because, everyone was talking about it. But on the other hand, I think you can ask, we should probably be asking this of more advertising. Who exactly are you to be telling me this? Because obviously what we traditionally associate Gillette with is not manners or behavior. They are very good engineers. They have apparently perfected the business of sharpening bits of metal to scrape across my face. But I think that was the thing that interested me so much about the blow up around that, was that none of the conversation really seemed to be about whether or not it's the place of a corporation to tell me what my conduct should be, or whether or not they're in a position of moral authority or what have you to talk about the proper conduct of men. I didn't personally feel attacked by that ad, but it might just be because I'm some soy-eating, liberal, wimp who just, will lie down and take it from advertisers. I don't know. Like, again, I didn't find a lot to be upset by that ad, but with that in mind, I think given the number of people who were upset by it, I didn't see anyone basically say, why does Gillette feel that they are able to tell me this? Which I actually think is the best criticism of that particular ad. Incidentally, it's not one I'm 100% in agreement with, because I do know that there is a very long and very interesting history of advertisers trying to cut through social norms in order to sell people things. This is the one really amazing thing about capitalism. IBM usually had hiring that anticipated social rights or civil rights legislation by years, because if you discriminate on the basis of superficial features, then you cut yourself away from the best employees, or cut yourself off from the best employees, which means, especially in a job like computing, you tend not to survive very long if you... Oops, wrong button. You tend not to survive very long if you do that. Wait, so there's no fuel? I guess not. We'll see whether or not we can make it through. There shouldn't be too many systems in this one. But yeah, so with that in mind, I think there's something to be said about taste making that happens in advertising. And if you go into the history of it, you can actually see a lot of super creative advertisements, which are very obviously trying to get around social taboos. and the ones that wind up being very effective are ones where people are really clear on what the message is, but nobody, like, it never runs afoul of sort of like the moral majority or what have you. And actually, I mean, the great example of these ones, even for modern day, are like ones that deal with slightly embarrassing functions. So, like, I mean, Viagra ads are usually pretty funny. Or constipation, tampons, there's all sorts of horrible things that happen, that happen to people. And if you make a product that needs to deal with it, like, obviously you want to say, I'm the best at dealing with this thing you're going through right now, but, like, nobody wants to watch an ad where they'll, like, turn off the TV in disgust. So, there's a little bit of an art to that type of advertising. So that's usually the best place, especially when you're looking at something like the 1950s. There's obviously a little bit more of a censorious atmosphere, but you can see, you can definitely see some very creative ideas in terms of getting certain ideas across to an audience. So obviously the Gillette ad is not subtle, but it'll be interesting. They're not taking a moral stand. If that were true, they would have made the ad 10 years ago when those opinions were truly controversial. I mean, fair. Although I'm not entirely sure, being late is necessarily, like, I'm not sure that's a necessary condition to deprive. I mean, it's hard to say that it's an uncontroversial opinion. I mean, there's certainly a lot of people upset with Gillette, and it might be that they feel that it's particularly hollow, and maybe it is advertising in the end, right? Like, I don't know how many examples I have of sincere advertising, full stop. But yeah, for me, the more interesting vector of attack has not necessarily been the matter of sincerity. It's more just the idea of, is it really the place for an ad to be telling us this stuff? Because I personally don't look for moral instruction. This is really interesting, by the way. It seems like so much of it almost feels like there's just this one band on this planet of land, and like everything else is, oh no, maybe there is land here. Anyways, yeah, it's like, I've always just sort of felt that because I don't get moral instruction from commercials, I sometimes question, whether or not it's Gillette's place to tell me this stuff. And I always thought that was the more interesting criticism of the ad rather than the content of the ad. So far as controversy, I mean, again, it's hard to deny that there was a really strong reaction against it, and it's one that is kind of hard, at least taking the people at their word. It's hard to see that it was entirely about sincerity, but as you say, like, obviously we're certainly in a cultural moment where there is more of a broader discussion of these things happening, and actually another interesting comparison that I saw was one made by Josh Barrow in New York Magazine, and he said that the Gillette ad was not a successful one compared to the Colin Kaepernick Nike ad. And the point that he made was that somebody who is effectively blacklisted from the sport that he plays due to a political stand that he took is consistent with the brand message of just do it. And obviously Kaepernick is a sports figure. So in this case, there's a clear consistency there. And sort of his take on the Gillette ad is that it's basically, well, because we've made really good blades for you so long, we were hoping that you'd give us something in return now, and could you just be a little bit nicer? And that has less to do with the advertising slogan, the best a man can get. It's more like, because we've given you the best for so long, can you do us a favor here? And I think there's some truth to what he says there. I suppose that's becoming a little bit closer to, to the by what rate criticism that I have of it. But I think I think it's a little myopic to the fact that there is a taste-making role in terms of advertising. But I don't know. My opinions on these things tend to be kind of boring anyway, because I don't get, like, as I said before, like, I'm not all that offended by the ad personally, and I didn't feel attacked. Obviously people did, and I'm not really in a position to say what they were thinking when they saw that ad. So I am probably just out of touch on it. Hey Domi, I offered some very vanilla opinions on the new Gillette ad, and I talked a bit about streaming, and I didn't mean to drop that probe. Yeah, I just kind of tried to fill the void while I was doing some mining, and I guess 2 hours into the broadcast we'll actually do a story mission. I'm really sorry about this. I'm in this part of the galaxy and there aren't that many missions, so...
Launching probe.
None of these are really all that appealing, but I just kind of want to get through this as quickly as I can. But you haven't watched the Gillette ad yet? Yeah.
Probe launched.
Can you make this a probe-only stream? I mean, I don't think people usually watch the Mass Effect games on stream anyway, or on YouTube anyway. But I don't think I have the patience to turn it into a probe-only one, Sean Bean. So. You'll watch it right now? Yeah, I mean, I think the only thing you're really missing out on in it, Domi, is the
Probe away.
kind of the participation in the broader discussion. One thing I will say, so this is probably not going to endear me to anybody. Like, I think people who like the ad won't feel particularly warm by this opinion, and I think people who didn't like the ad are probably going to be annoyed that I say this, but like, I thought it was a decent piece of filmmaking, like, as far as hitting the the right emotional notes or whatever. I actually thought it did a reasonably good job of conveying its message. I actually think probably that accounts for some of the controversy around it. And then obviously, if there's going to be a few interpretations in terms of it, whether or not people see it as sort of a cynical play on a cultural moment, or if they see it as, well, insincere would be the cynical play. They see it as a corporation taking a bold, progressive stand, or, obviously there's a few different perspectives that people have on it, and I suspect depending on the individual's perspective, that's the source of the encouragement or the anger at the ad. But I mean, again, like, obviously I worked in film for a little bit, so that's kind of why I have these opinions, but I think it's hard to have that level of controversy for an ad that didn't communicate its message well. I think probably a lot of the debate is more about whether or not that's the message that they should have put out.
Launching probe.
But I suppose we'll all wait and see what Domi's reaction to it is.
Probe away. Probe away.
Here's another fun fact about advertising. This might be a better known fact.
Probe launched.
On the theme of, you know, appallingly masculine products. Although I suppose in the case of razors, that's also, like, it is a feminine product. It's just obviously the Gillette ads are not advertising their women's line.
Probe launched.
Axe, like the deodorant and body spray. So apparently the original ads were definitely geared towards, what's the diplomatic way of putting this?
Launching probe.
The clientele who were more insecure with women and perhaps had shallow or non-existent dating histories. And it was a phenomenally successful marketing campaign.
Launching probe.
That it was one that basically, you know, sales beat expectations, and you know, they really hit the demographic that they wanted. And that was the problem,
Probe launched.
because the brand also lost value as a result of that, because it basically became associated with nerds. And so essentially the product was a victim of its own success. And if you look, like, I'm from at least like the ad agencies that I look at, there's like, I think on YouTube they can sort them around by date. But if you take a look at sort of different vintages of Axe ads, you can absolutely see there's a very clear shift, that it's no longer sort of like hyper focused on, for lack of a better term, the nerds.
Launching probe.
Because as it was, the success of the ad campaign created sort of this sort of social effect, this social validation, or in this case social negative validation, that there was some group of people that you didn't want to associate with that were users of that product. And so they had to sort of, essentially they had to make the ad campaign
Launching probe.
less effective in order to get that broader market appeal.
Launching probe.
So yeah. The one thing that's funny was I did make, so for those of you who are Axe product users, first of all, Axe is owned by a company called Unilever, who owns the Dollar Shave Club. So if you were offended enough by the Gillette ad that you want to change your razor company, Dollar Shave Club has razors. I was with them for a while, but I actually don't find the shave as good. I know they say it's as good, but it's I question the claim. Right now I just use what I've got, like 10 sample razors in my my bathroom cabinet. So I'm basically running out of, I'm gonna wait till I run out of sample razors before I start buying again. But yeah, so in Johnny Big Time's channel, I made a joke at the expense of Axe, and he was like, "Hey, I wear that." I felt like a jackass. But I still stand by that joke because it was pretty funny. I just don't remember what the joke was anymore. I just remember it was pretty funny. But yeah, anyways, there's a story of effective ad campaigns and how they can actually backfire on you. I'm not entirely sure YouTube is where you're going to find the positive comments, Domi. I think you'll probably find more of them on Twitter, and not in response to the ad, but more of people discussing the ad. Because I think people tend to use YouTube, like this is my experience of YouTube comments, people tend to use them as a complaint like a complaints box rather than an edible. By the way, actually, okay, that is not fair to some of the YouTube comments. I've actually gotten some very lovely comments on YouTube, and particularly from the Cultist Simulator thing. So that's not a blanket statement. I should roll back from that. But especially for things that have a little more mainstream appeal. So for instance, I did a Battlefield 1 video, and it was the Lawrence of Arabia mission, and so I called it the 7 Pillars of Wisdom. And it is obviously a Battlefield 1 video, and like it's universally negative comments, downvotes. Some people are like, you know, sorry for the downvote, but I thought this was an audiobook reading of the 7 Pillars of Wisdom. And it's like, it's got a video game on the cover. Like, I have done nothing to advertise it like this. What people don't realize, by the way, is that if you downvote something, the YouTube algorithm doesn't care. It treats upvotes and downvotes the same. It's engagement. So please downvote my videos. It's actually if you ignore a video that it dies. And I will also say, I was talking about Alex the Rambler's video where he was dealing with some of the negative, where he's dealing with some of the, some of the people trying to offend him. He actually got some very warm and receptive comments to that, which I think is kind of good. But it's funny because, like, I would think that people who stay around long enough to watch a video would leave a positive comment, because obviously, if you don't enjoy something, if you don't enjoy something, you leave. Like, why would you extend your period of time in something that you don't enjoy? So actually, that would be a really interesting test. I think the only people who could do this would be YouTube, but I'd actually be really interested in seeing how many comments are from people who have come from an external location and are commenting on something, like obviously for high commented videos, and how many people are people who've sat down and watched, maybe not to the end, because obviously if you don't like something you'll probably not watch it to the end. Obviously when I talk about those gaming outrage YouTubers, I watch them to the end to see what the case that they're making is, and I regret it every time. But I sometimes think for the stuff that goes viral, I have to assume that the majority of comments are from people who've heard about it and want to participate in the debate. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't really comment on videos at all. I think I said something nice to Alex's video because I sort of thought it was... I thought it was a shame that he was dealing with that. I'm sorry, guys. I'm really trying to find this last scanner result because it's the... There we go. It's the last thing before we start doing submissions. But other than that sort of corner case, I usually don't leave comments positive or negative, and I'm generally not inclined to just pick a random fight on the internet with a YouTuber because I have better things to do. I mean, I'll respond to people, sure, but I don't seek out those engagements. Not all critiques were terrible. There's one interesting one criticizing child labor from Procter & Gamble. I mean, fair enough. I'm just not entirely sure that, I'm not entirely sure that that's quite on topic. But fair enough. I mean, like I said, the critique that I would have for that ad, and I don't necessarily think it's a knockdown one, but I question whether or not it's the role of companies to tell us morally correct behavior. and I can sort of see the value of a gesture from a company that's normally associated with masculine ideals, i.e. the best a man can get, taking that particular stand. But again, the problem that I have with the ad personally is that I don't see that ad's good answer for me saying to it, you know, who are you to tell me this? You know, you make razors, like, and I just don't really see how that ad really answers that criticism. But that's me. Like I said, I as an ad, I actually thought it was a pretty well crafted one. As a message, I mean, I personally didn't feel attacked by it. And if the message is, you know, be a better person, that seems like a fairly innocuous statement. But like I'm assuming that people are not like getting angry because they're predisposed to getting angry. It seems that there's a group of people who felt attacked by that ad, and so, you know, your mileage may vary, I suppose, but it's, you know, I just kind of, I tend to focus, I think it's maybe just because I tend to focus a little bit more on like what, like advertising itself. Like again, just because I don't get moral guidance from advertising, I'm not entirely sure that the ad sold me on the fact that I should start taking moral guidance from advertising. And I thought that was kind of the bigger issue of the commercial. And I clearly missed the point because that is not what anybody's talking about. Scarred by bombardment craters, radioactive rubble, choking ash, salt flats, and alkali seas, Tuchanka can barely support... By the way, I know I did mansplaining last time, so I probably shouldn't have brought up Gillette, but hopefully that was a mildly productive conversation for people. So, Tuchanka can barely support life. Thousands of years ago, life grew in fierce abundance under the F-star class Auralka? Araic clan world, meaning the Eye of Wrath. Tree analogues grew in thick jungles, their roots growing out of shallow, salty seas. Life fed upon life in an evolutionary crucible. This world died in a nuclear firestorm after the Krogan split the atom. A little ice age of nuclear winter killed off much of the remaining plant life. In recent centuries, many Krogan have returned to their homeworld. The reduced albedo has caused global temperatures to rise. In order to maintain livable temperatures, a vast shroud was assembled in the L1 Lagrange point. It is maintained by the Council Demilitarization Enforcement Mission, CDEM, which is based on orbiting battle stations. CDEM Advisory. Visitors to Tuchanka land at their own risk. The CDEM will not attempt to extract citizens threatened by clan warfare. Travel Advisory. The ecology of Tuchanka is deadly. Nearly every native species engages in some predatory behavior. Even the remaining vegetation is carnivorous. Travel beyond guarded areas is strongly discouraged. Population 2.1 billion. Capital currently Erdnot since 2183. CDEM garrison 2,400 in orbital battle stations. Thanks for the 15-minute ad, System Chalk, Gillette. Yeah, that's actually not a bad point. I probably should have talked about that razor. Well, I did mention Dollar Shave Club, but I did mention I was disappointed with Dollar Shave. Okay, in the interest of fair time, I don't believe Schick is owned by Procter & Gamble. I know Dollar Shave Club is owned by Unilever. Harry's Razor, I think, is still independent. And are there other razor companies? I don't know. Who are the other? Who are my alternative razor providers, ladies and gentlemen? I'm clearly a failure of a man because I don't know the different ways to get my whiskers off. Orbital distance 5.3 AUs, orbital period 16.7 Earth years, radius 8,293 kilometers, day length of 21.4 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure 1.1 Earth atmospheres, surface temperatures 72 degrees Celsius, surface gravity 1.14 G. If you guys want a good podcast on commercials, there was a series called The Age of Persuasion put out by the CBC. And now I don't think you can get most of those episodes on a podcast. We're going to bring Mordrin on the mission, so... Oh, you know what? I probably should have brought Jack because she's a better biotic. Too late now. But it's got a sister broadcast now called Under the Influence. Now, I've not actually heard a lot of Under the Influence, but I really enjoyed The Age of Persuasion. So if you are looking for something along those lines, it's a pretty good little series, in my opinion.
If you're looking for work, you're shouting down the wrong hole. The blood pack only...
Stop right there, alien. You're Shepherd of the Normandy.
Uber Captain.
The clan leader wants to speak with you. Talk to him soon, alien. If we decide you're not welcome, you'll know just before we kill you.
Who would have thought the Krogan world was so...
Stop this wrong and show those Turians who's boss. Damn right. Tear their scales off and let the Pyjaks feast on them while they're still alive. Ha!
What were those names again? You're always looking for more podcasts. So the old podcast was
clan
called...
reports use weak encryption. I see references to a captured Solarian in the logs of the Chief Scout.
Good. Talk to Scout then. Or Chief. Either one acceptable.
Also, I have been unable to access local medical records. I suggest asking the local clan leader for assistance with Grunt's problem.
So the old one, which may not have episodes available anymore, was called The Age of Persuasion, and there's a book that was written sort of from the work by that. And the new podcast is called Under the Influence. And that particular, both of those series are by a guy who works in advertising called Terry O'Reilly. So Terry O'Reilly, Under the Influence, or The Age of Persuasion, and both of those should lead you to the right spot. Actually, you know what? If I'm going to spend the time talking about the Gillette ad, the very least I can do is get the link to Under the Influence, so... Yeah, I know the only way you'd be able to find The Age of Persuasion would be any archived broadcasts, because basically it's copyright issues that they ran into, which is they had the rights to broadcast on radio, but apparently those rights did not extend to sort of an on-demand type of broadcast like a podcast. So you may be able to get streaming versions of them from the CBC website.
Around when the female camps and the children over last week.
No. I was off dealing with a Baron attack. What? Any promising warriors?
Yes, of course. They're strong. One day they will tear our enemies apart.
So there might be a chance to see, there might be a chance to hear them off of some streaming solution on the CBC website, but Under the Influence definitely should be available on iTunes.
tear your insides like you swallowed knives.
Good Baron. Stay.
Greetings, human. My name is Ratch. Have a look at what I've got.
Everyone I talk to hates that aliens are an Erdnot. Except you.
I don't have the luxury of turning away paying customers. I do enough business off-world to know that you aliens have more credits than people here do.
What do you have in stock?
Most of it's food and drink that's toxic to humans. Rincall's a local favorite. Don't try to act tough, it'll tear your insides apart. Otherwise,
like Taco
you got
Bell.
weapons, scrap, and whatever food those pie jocks don't steal, which isn't much. Take a look at my kiosk over there if you want to buy something.
What the hell is a pie jack?
Off-world vermin. Humans say they're like monkeys. They come in and steal food, Rincall, whatever they can get their talons on. We started using the mounted defense cannons to stop them.
The Krogan. I'll do my best to train myself down to a down to a Krogan level. How you doing, tall man alive? Good to see you again.
I'm a good shot. Maybe I can help out with the pie jacks.
Feel free. You can use the console out there to control the guns. Make a dent in the pie jock population, and you get a discount. Good luck with that.
I should go.
Suit yourself.
Use the defense cannons nearby to kill a large number of pie jacks. So I gotta find where the...
One of the children, probably 5 years from the right.
So I was mentioning that I don't understand why there isn't the hosting. Why isn't there the host? Oh, it's because I don't have the raid thing enabled. All right. Well, my lovely humans, we've got a Johnny Big Time raid of 5 people coming in. So thank you very much, Johnny. I think you doubled my viewership. But because I have not enabled for raids, I've actually only enabled for hosts. I need to see if I can find... All right, so we got some lovely people in chat right now. You've got Johnny Big Time, the legendary man himself. Tall Man Alive, I must apologize because I know you just got in. I'm going to do a little bit of time talking about Johnny because he is a wonderful man, and I promised you all that I would show you a clip if he came in today. So let's just take a quick minute here. We've got Johnny Big Time, Lumpy Space 88, good to see you, Ego Akaran. And I think that's it in terms of people speaking up that came inside of chat. So we went to Tuchanka. I actually specifically brought Mordrin with me because I wanted to make sure that that Johnny got a chance to see me do the grunt mission on my own. But before I go any further, let me take a second here and say. Give the proper shout out to Johnny Big Time. Johnny Big Time is my favorite caster on Twitch. I know a lot of you guys have heard me say that lots of times, but it's still true. And I don't know if that'll ever not be true. I'm just taking a quick minute here to find his channel. What have we got here? Clips. So we were talking about Spider-Man, and so there's a couple of things that I really like about Johnny's broadcast. It's specifically the fact that he brings a lot of energy to his casts. He also has a lot of charisma. So, for instance, obviously, I have a tendency to sort of stop and talk about an issue at sort of an extended rate, or not an extended rate, but like for an extended time. And one of the things that I think is so great about Johnny is he constantly keeps the action going, and just the pure enjoyment that he shows, he sort of shows for his subject, for his game, is really infectious. Like I've probably wanted to play more games as a result of his coverage. And one of the things that was so great, we were talking about Spider-Man a little bit earlier on. Johnny did a playthrough of Spider-Man, but what was great about it was just the level of enthusiasm, like just pure enthusiasm that he had for the game. Just like absolutely warmed my heart. So this is a great example of Johnny. This is like fairly early on in the game. This is just really when he's getting into it. And if this isn't an advertisement for Spider-Man, I don't know what is.
Spider-Man, 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 Spider-Man. Can't hit me cause I'm 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 Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Cause I'm Spider-Man. Can't hit me cause I'm Spider-Man. And the inch really close and I give you a pop. And I jump away and I'm Spider-Man. Spider-Man, Spider-Man. And a quick pop and I'm Spider-Man. Spider-Man, Spider-Man. Cause wherever a spider can't hit me now cause I'm Spider-Man. Spider-man and a quick man. Boom! Spider-Man, Spider-Man. Can't hit me, Spider-Man. And a pop underneath Spider.
I did run out of time for that clip. I don't know if there's any more Spider-Man clips. None that are immediately available. But anyways, like I said, Johnny has got a level of energy and a level of charisma that I definitely cannot hope to match. But one day I will do my best. He's a great guy. He's incredibly friendly off of Cast 2. Like, he's definitely somebody whose enthusiasm and personality really comes across on broadcast. And again, it's just one of these cases where I really think he is an undiscovered gem on Twitch. I definitely think that, there's an Earth 2 somewhere where, he happened to play the right game when it first came out, and he kind of became the streamer for that game and just, wound up making a living doing this. He certainly is not lacking for talent, that's for sure. So if you have not followed him and you want to see some of that excitement happen live, he's got a really diverse taste of games. He's done a little bit of everything. He's played Chaos Reborn with me. He's played XCOM. He's probably had my favorite XCOM playthrough, and I'm dying to see him do...
Watch it, human.
I'm dying to see him do...
Eyes straight ahead.
Dying to see him do XCOM 2, and maybe if enough of you follow, he'll do it. And I think he's got a great love of the Krogan, and there are unconfirmed rumors that it is because he actually has 4 testicles. So if anybody can confirm this for me and report back, I would be very happy. And we have got, is it a Leslie? I feel like I messed this up the last time that you were here too, but 82nd of their name. Thank you very much for stopping by, and the heart, and I apologize for not getting it
Let's
right.
see what the human can do.
Use spacebar to fire. Oh, and the button's done. This is great. That's best line. Speak for yourself, Nubasaur. Okay, quick straw poll. Who here wants to confirm whether or not Johnny has 4 testicles? Johnny's gotta yell welcome to the big time before getting down. Isley. The worst thing is, I think, I'm suddenly remembering the last time I was told that, but I thank you for being gracious about that. I hope you're doing well all the same. This stream just escalated really quickly. It's Johnny Big Time's charisma. Hey, that was 2 for 1. It might also just be because Eyes of Sin isn't here. I need to find somebody else to harass, and Johnny seems like the best second. Got Trinkasap. You've been having a blast playing Stellaris. That is wonderful news to hear. Obviously, I'm playing the other space game tonight, Mass Effect, but I'm really happy. There's I'm sure this probably came across in my recommendation, but there's always a certain trepidation in recommending a game, especially one that I've received a code for, because you really do feel terrible if you gift or you recommend a game that isn't like somebody's cup of tea, or not somebody's tempo, as Johnny might say. And I really think, but on the other hand, like, there's a tremendous satisfaction from knowing that you sort of locked in on someone's taste. So that's a lot off my mind. I'm absolutely thrilled that you love it, and I guess you didn't say love it, but you've been really enjoying it. And yeah, I'm definitely a big fan of that game myself, and I always feel like these things tend to get a little bit better when there's more people playing. So I'm glad it connected. You believe I'm the only one, Domi? Maybe, I'm going to assume that there's a great silent majority that does not want to let Johnny know that they want to find out about his 4 testicles, which he absolutely has, even if it hasn't been confirmed. And they just don't want to say so aloud. I'm pretty sure that if Johnny were to leave the chat, we would find out exactly what the numbers are. Anyways, sorry, Trinkastab, you did have to come into rumors about Johnny Big Time's secret, or not so secret, love of the Krogans. And we've got Isley doing great. The first few times it got annoying with people screwing up your name. After a while, it's just meh. It's nothing new. Okay, well, I'm glad.
What do you want, human? You're crowding my hump.
I'm glad that you got enough scar tissue up for me not to rub you the wrong way.
I'm looking for a Solarian. The Blood Pack captured him and he was last seen around here.
I heard about that Solarian. Poor bastard. If it's Blood Pack, then Clan Weirlock has him. Sent one of my scouts to check it out, but he never reported back. Guess they got him, too. Chief told me to give you one of the trucks. Just follow the highway to Weirlock's base, if you've got the quads to deal with him in the Blood Pack.
I should also mention, I was meaning to say this about Johnny too, he is currently doing a playthrough of The Witcher 2, if that is your thing. I've personally not played it, but Johnny's definitely selling me on the series. I will also mention very briefly that I'm trying to convince him to play Far Cry 2 on stream, so do let him know if you'd like to see that sort of thing. You're working on your first megacorp at the moment, playing as a criminal syndicate. Oh, that is such a good choice. Apparently, if you have a spiritualist, like if you have a criminal megachurch, it's a cult, and I love that idea.
What can you tell me about Clan Weirlock's base?
Last I heard, the clan was holed up in an old hospital. I haven't seen it, though. I've only seen Clan Weirlock from a distance. If I'd gotten closer, I'd have taken a shot. You get inside, though, bring a big gun. Weirlock's base is crawling with Blood Pack.
That doesn't sound too defensible. Why'd they hole up there?
Any hospital on Tachanka has to be built well enough to withstand a bunch of enraged Krogan. When an injury forces us to switch over to secondary organs, things get messy. Higher thought processes don't always transition properly. Blood rage, they call it.
That's funny you mentioned that, Trinkasap, because there was a Stellaris dev clash, and apparently there was like a libertarian civilization that was in the game, and next door was a criminal enterprise, and the libertarian basically transformed all the pops into police officers, so it was a libertarian police state. But yeah, it's actually kind of interesting if you're starting off with a megacorp. It's really interesting because they've got restrictions on how big they can grow. So it'd be interesting to see what an early experience with that would be. But anyways,
Any idea what they're doing with the Solarian?
I assume they wanted to torture him. You don't take somebody home just to kill them. It's messy. Maybe he pissed off the blood pack, and they brought him here for special treatment. No skin off my hump what they'd do with him. One less alien on Tachanka.
You don't seem to have much love lost for aliens.
oh my god, the
Don't get your
Krogan aren't
quads in a
politically
twist.
correct.
If I was gonna kill you, you'd know it. Rex believes we need to unite the Krogan people. I don't think we can do that with off-worlders interfering, but it's not my call.
What's Clan Werlock's reputation? And how are they involved with the
Also,
blood
is that the
pact?
same Rex
Tough hunts,
as...
and they're not friendly like we are. You ever run into the Blood Pack? Mercenary gang. Clan Werlock started it. One of the only gangs with an off-world presence. They're fanatics, totally devoted to Werlock Guld. Whatever they did with your Solarian, Guld's behind it.
What makes Guld so special?
He's got 2 children. One of them is a girl. Some people think he's got a destiny. Not me. I had a cousin who won 20 consecutive games of Quasar. Lucky bastard. I'd ask my cousin for a loan, but I wouldn't swear allegiance to him. Luck. That's all it is. Same for Guld.
But the blood pack has non-Krogan members like Vorcha.
Ha! The Vorcha. They're just like the Varen. Only they can use guns and don't crap on the floor as often. The Krogan are the only real members of the Blood Pack. Anyone else is just there to soak enemy fire.
What makes Guld so special?
We've already done that.
I'd ask my cousin for a loan, but I wouldn't swear allegiance to him. Luck. That's all it is. Same for Guld.
Thanks for the information.
Anything that gets rid of the damn off-worlders. You can take the truck over there. You need anything else?
Talk to you later.
So Trinket plays Stellaris the way that I do. I actually think that's the way. So that was actually one of the reasons why I always like stressing this on. I think this is where I came from. Yeah, it is. It is technically a real-time strategy game, but like I always really like stressing the pausable part because to me it's like it's the only way I play it. Obviously that's harder to do in multiplayer, but I don't play a lot of multiplayer, so.
Why bother? I lost half my stock seeing those vermin roasting in the heat from an explosive shell. I swear it was glorious.
It was a lot of fun.
Help yourself to more. There's no shortage of pie jocks out there if you get a craving for violence. I'll give you a discount at my store. Anything you want, you buy at cost.
I should
It's
go.
quite the discount.
Suit yourself.
Pie jack meat. Sure. It's free, right? So, yeah, it's not too expensive. Death Mask, developed by Ethereal Advanced Communications Corporation. The Death Mask not only offers exceptional protection, but also includes an advanced audio processing package that allows for unprecedented clarity and resonance for spoken communication. Sure, why not? Asymmetric defense layer, offering increased protection where it's needed most. Rosenkov's materials, proprietary coating process increases the stopping power of standard ceramic armor. And shield harness, sure. I don't know if these all stack on top of each other or... Yeah.
This looks interesting.
I'm rich, I might as well start spending some of it.
I don't know. It could be different.
Hold it. You must wait till the clan leader summons you. He is in talks.
You know what tradition demands. Clan Erdnot must respond. Your reforms will not go unopposed. You risk appearing weak at a critical time.
Shepard.
It is the same.
Excuse me.
How do I... Shepard! My friend. You look well for dead, Shepard. Should have known the void couldn't hold you.
Looks like helping me destroy Saren and the Geth has worked out for you. Glad we didn't have to kill each other on Vermeer.
You made the rise of Urdnot possible. Vermeer was a turning point for the Krogan, though not everyone was happy about it. Destroying Saren's genophage cure freed us from his manipulation. I used that to spur the clans to unify under Urdnot.
You abandoned many traditions to get your way. Dangerous.
Speak when spoken to, Uvenk. I'll drag your clan to glory whether it likes it or not.
Okay, I like Rex.
Now, Shepard, what brings you here? How's the Normandy?
Destroyed in a collector surprise attack. I ended up spaced.
Well, you look good. Ah, the benefits of a redundant nervous system.
Yeah, humans don't have that.
Oh, it must have been painful then. But you're standing here, and you've got a strong new ship. Takes me back to the old days. Us against the unknown, killing it with big guns. Good times.
Sounds like you've got big changes ahead for the Krogan.
We are making a neutral ground where all clans are welcome. Fertile females can be shared among clans.
Two females for each male.
As a whole.
You threaten everything that makes us strong. It will not last.
Headbutt him again.
Maybe. Until then, you're lucky to be a part of it.
I'm gonna tab out for a second. I forgot to restore the audio to a little bit lower than me.
How do you maintain security with so many different clans in one place?
Any clan willing to send in hostages can come in. No fighting inside the camp. Each clan punishes its own criminals. We stop conflicts before anyone dies. Then we present a simple choice. Pay a fine and deal with your problems, or your clan is no longer welcome.
That doesn't sound very harsh by Krogan standards.
Allies from other clans like what I'm doing. They help deal with skeptics. Many are eager for an outlet. Every time I've declared a clan unwelcome, my allies have destroyed them. Word gets around.
What do the women of Clan Urdnot think about this plan?
It was our female clan leader's idea. The neutral area is safe, and it encourages more female clans to ally with us. Attacks on Urdnot now endanger the females of all clans. Even clans that want to see me dead will defend Clan Urdnot.
What's so important about maintaining individual clans?
Every clan has different customs, rites of passage, rules of behavior, battle songs, all unique. That diversity makes us great. No clan, not even mine, was meant to survive on its own.
This sounds ambitious. How's it gone so far?
Better than I'd feared. Worse than I'd hoped.
It can't continue. You are going against what makes us strong.
Sounds like you're not making friends.
Traditionalists like Uvenk are chained Varen, always fighting, guarding their pathetic stick in the ground. When the smoke clears, I can plant the flag on their corpses and rally the rest around a new Krogan hub.
Sounds like you're counting on a lot of bloodshed even after you unite.
It will be slow, but I won't change what we are. Krogan are judged by the strength of our enemies. Our worst insult is to say someone's not worth killing.
I hope that works well for your people. But back to the reason I'm here.
We don't often allow aliens to do business on Tuchanka, but you're an exception.
I'm looking for a Solarian. He was captured by the Blood Pack and brought here.
My scout commander can direct you. He's probably near the perimeter running target practice. Don't take too much of his time. I need a constant watch on the other clans.
I have a Krogan on my crew. He has some kind of sickness and needs treatment.
Replace me, huh? Well, I can't tell what's wrong if I can't see him. Bring him next time.
The off-world Varen probably caught something weak and human.
Good to see you, Rex. Sure you can't come with us?
Wish I could. But I need to keep these short-sighted fools in line. Hunt well, Shepard.
One thing I will say, I do kind of like the fact that some of your old allies from the original game simply have better things to do than help you out. Obviously, somebody like Liara has taken on some pretty, some more personal tasks, whereas Rex has sort of emerged as the true leader. But it's a neat touch. Very rarely do games have the courage to basically tell you that you're not the most important thing in the galaxy.
Put down some real money, human.
All right, we have the white-blue hope or the red-brown thunder. The white-blue hope. Rigged.
Step back. My Varen is hungry.
Don't touch anything. Do I look like I have time to talk? I've got work to do. Those fools brought this Tomka back from a skirmish without its combustion manifold. They say it got shot off in the field. You tell me, how can you expect a Tomka to run without a combustion manifold?
And that was the line that got the actor to do this role. Yep. So I'm never gonna dispute any of Johnny's thoughts when when we're dealing with Krogan things.
Any idea where I could find a combustion manifold?
Yeah, I can make one. Give me 3 days and a barrel of Rincol. The one they lost is probably still out in the field. It's too much to expect them to collect it and bring the damn thing back.
I've never seen a Krogan mechanic before.
What? You think we kidnap Quarians and make them do the hard work? Not anymore, we don't.
I'm going out in the field. If I see a combustion manifold, I'll bring it back with me.
If you did, it would save me a lot of work. Maybe bring back my sunny disposition.
Let me get out of your way.
Don't do me any favors.
All right, well, there's... I mean, obviously I can switch out to Grunt, which I'm sure would...
These things would last longer if they didn't hit every crater.
I'm sure would make Johnny happy, but let's see what we can find.
Krogans hit by genophage, nuclear assaults, civil wars. Still survive. Impressive to see life adapt, continue despite circumstances. Inspiring.
No renegade points for that. Definitely want the assault rifle.
We can use this.
It's a little expensive for what I've got, so... just so I can do a mission.
Who are you?
I am Fortan, Lord High Researcher in matters scientific for Clan Urdnot, and I don't have time to answer your inane questions.
I won't take up much of your valuable time.
My work is very important, human.
Of course it is.
Sounds like me.
I'm just curious. I'd heard a lot about the genius of Krogan science.
Oh, finally, someone understands. I swear I am among brainless pyjaks here, toiling among savages. I am the Lord High Researcher.
You must be working on something important.
I was building the biggest, best offensive ordnance yet. A real ground pounder. But the new clan leader wastes my time with frivolous research. Crop genetics, medicinal improvements. We can buy that stuff from the Solarians.
Solarians created genophage, I've heard. Still trust them with medicines and agriculture?
Yeah, what else can the Solarians do to us at this point? It's not like they can make us even more infertile. Actually, wait, forget I said anything.
I take it you're a scientist.
I used to be a scientist. I designed weapons. Now my genius is wasted on frivolous things. things that don't explode. My predecessor said no one would understand the true worth of my work. As I pulled my blade from his chest, I knew he was telling the truth.
Not exactly what I would call effective academic peer review.
I don't care what you'd call it. We value the will to use what we create, not just the ability to create it. We don't count success until the ground shakes in response.
Enjoy your research.
Yes, yes, move along.
Man, I don't remember any of the dialogue on this. I'm
Want more shock absorption. One wrong step, Shepard.
rather enjoying Tuchanka. Okay, so unless
Citadel Presidium has a big statue of a Krogan right in the middle. Well, I'm not putting a damn Asari statue up here, if that's what you want. Don't be a fool. They were honoring our fight against the Arachni. Maybe they could have honored us by not bombing us with the Genophage. I'll tear you apart.
You don't have the plates to try.
Sources say that the Asari Shaira, more commonly known as the Consort, may be leaving the Citadel after years of bad press and rumors of intelligence leaks.
This world is nearly destroyed, and for the most part, the Krogan have done it to themselves.
Some devastation post-Genophage, but much existed when Solarians first made contact. Krogan had bombed selves back to a primitive state.
We were driven from our world, but the Krogan are wasting theirs. Perhaps they must lose it to realize what they had.
Don't proudly.
Turn back, human. I may be an ambassador among my people, but that doesn't mean I have to speak to the likes of you. Leave now before my guards decide to eject you.
You seem like a well-traveled Krogan ambassador.
I am.
Then you must know who I am. And you have to be aware that bad things happen to those who oppose me.
Stand down, men. I'm starting to like this human. I am the ambassador to Urdnot from Clan Nakmor. We're a small clan based in the Kratic Wastes.
If Nakmor is a small clan, how do you keep the more powerful clans from destroying you?
We are the clan of the great warlord Nakmor Krawl, who faced down platoons of Turians and won. Most clans lend us the respect our ancestor is due.
What business does Clan Nakmor have with the Urdnot?
Clan leader Rex requested that I come. He and Clan Nakmor have been in talks about a more permanent alliance. With our help, Urdnot could rally others behind its banner and truly unite Tuchanka, and we would gain the chance to fight in larger battles with greater plunder.
I thought all Krogan want to be warriors. What makes a Krogan become an ambassador?
You don't know as much as you think, human. A Krogan diplomat has to represent the strength of his people, or his clan appears ripe for conquest. I slaughtered my way to the top of my clan, human. I speak with the authority of a warrior.
I should go.
I'm sure you are needed elsewhere.
Eyes straight ahead.
Go away. The envoy to the female clans doesn't have to listen to aliens. I may be young, but I relay the wishes of the females. That's important. I don't care who you are. The female clans don't see anyone, ever. Speaking for the females is an honor, even if it delays my rite of passage. Say otherwise, and I'll kill you.
I really want this guy to get a fedora.
Go away. The envoy to the female clans doesn't have to listen to aliens.
Go away, alien.
Give me a reason.
Go away, alien. I talk to no one about our rights unless my clan leader wills it.
Who's your clan?
I may be young, but I relay the wishes of the females.
Don't cry.
You again. What can clan
I should go.
I'm sure you are needed
So it's telling me that I can only get my I can get the part by doing missions, but I don't think I have any missions available to me.
Every time someone shoots a hijack, my inventory grows.
Here, try this.
Looks like Urs finally found someone to follow around.
Seeing those vermin roasting in the heat from an explosive shell.
It was a lot of fun.
I'll give you a discount at my store. Anything
I should go.
Suit yourself.
Yeah, so nothing to buy there. I can try...
Children, probably 5 years.
I think I'll try going back through the opening just to make sure that there's no other options, and then I can pick up Grunt.
And the Solarians, too. Those little bastards think they're so smart.
Uber
Take
Captain.
your business to the clan leader. You again. I told you the blood pack only wants Krogan. Go one wrong step, shepherd.
It's also possible that there's a difference between selecting the truck and talking to the scout.
This is the great Krogan homeworld. This is the land of Kredok, Shiagar, and Viol. This chunk of rock is barely worth standing on. Never thought I'd miss the tank.
Put down some real money, human.
All right, have a good night. Have a good night, dummy. Attaboy.
Place your bet on the pits, human. We won't.
This stood up to a 10-ton bomb. Need to harden that armor a bit.
I'm just gonna try talking to the scout to see.
Ever since Urza's handler was exiled.
Still looking for that Solarian? Or did you just come to waste my time?
How do I get to Clan Werelock?
Just take the truck, human. Follow what's left of the road to Clan Werelock's base. That's where the Solarian was. Just watch out for the blood pack.
Talk to you later.
I think I messed this up.
Still looking for that Solarian? Or did you just come to waste my time?
Interesting. So, yeah, so this is the thing I was mistaking, is apparently you don't actually need to complete that side quest to get the part. I always bring Tali. Alright, 2 hours, 53 minutes into a broadcast, we're finally doing a main story mission. And obviously I'm trying Johnny's patience by not doing Grunt's mission first. I still don't actually know what Tali calls the drone, but I really like whatever the name is.
One down. Making contact.
Try a real match.
Trouble.
My bad.
Not difficult.
Nothing faster than to sneak up on the wall.
Hostile charging.
So here's my question for Johnny. If you like the Krogan so much, how do you reconcile missions like this where you have to kill them? Oh, and are there fantasy games where you kill the dwarves? Chica.
My shields are down.
My eyes, the goggles do nothing. My bad. Oh, Chiquita, like the banana. But yeah, so now I need to think of a fantasy game where you like kill tons of dwarves. Yeah, I really blew that one, Tall Man Alive. Apparently I'm really just good at the dialogue in this game.
Enemies inbound.
Sergeant Krogan.
Wish I was standing downwind.
All right, you rationalize it by saying that these old traditionalists are the wrong ones, and that usurpers like Rex are the good ones. See, that's the fun. I know when she says go for the optics, that's a reference to there's like a ranger you meet, or like a barbarian, and like his really famous line is go for the eyes, boo, go for the eyes, Ross. And I know Tali has like this line of, go for the optics. But I have no idea how the name is a reference to... Yes, Minsk! Thank you, Nubisaur. But I don't know... I don't know how that reconciles with Boo. I believe Boo is a miniature giant space hamster, if I recall my Baldur's Gate lore correctly. Oh, actually, that's a fun one. The founders of BioWare were awarded the Order of Canada recently. Okay, we got the manifold. Or the manfold. Da, 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 da. You know what I think would be a fun series to do? I'll get your guys a...
Repurposed Krogan Hospital. Sturdy, built to withstand punishment.
Odd to see the Krogan devote so many resources to caring for the sick.
Hospitals important to Krogan. Sites of honor. Focus for repopulation. That body, human. Need to take a look. Sores, tumors, ligatures showing restraint at wrists and ankles. Track marks for repeated injection sites. Test subject. Victim of experimentation.
I don't suppose there's a way to tell who this poor bastard was.
No tattoos or ID. Maybe slave or prisoner, maybe merc or pirate. Irrelevant now. Clearly part of Krogan tests to cure genophage. Humans useful as test subjects. Genetically diverse. Enables exploration of treatment modalities.
Now we've got 2 reasons to shut this place down.
Focus on Malin. Too late to help the dead.
So here's an interesting co-cast idea. I gotta figure out how it would work, but maybe there's like a competitive game that's played, and whoever wins like the best of whatever round gets to choose a punishment.
I am the speaker for Clan Werlock, Offworlders. You have shed our blood. By rights, you should be dead already. But Werlock Gold, the Chief of Chiefs, has ordered that you be given leave to flee and spread the message of our coming.
Krogan don't generally let people go. What does Clan Werlock have planned?
If you walk away now, you can tell your children that you saw Clan Werlock before our blood pact conquered the stars. You think the Erd not impressive? They are pitiful! Werlock Gold will destroy them! The Solarian will cure the genophage, and Clan Werlock will spread across the galaxy in a sea of blood!
Appears they discovered Malin's work. Unfortunate.
It doesn't have to happen like this. I can understand wanting to cure the genophage.
No, human, you understand nothing! You have not seen the piles of children that never lived. The Krogan were wronged. We will make it right, and then we will have our revenge!
Half the galaxy sees the Krogan as victims. If you start a war, you'll lose their support.
We have the Blood Pack, and we have the Solarian. When our clan numbers in the millions, we will not need support. When we cure the genophage, Werlock Gold will rule all Krogan. The Krogan rebellions will become the Krogan Empire. The surviving races will frighten their children with tales of what the Blood Pact did to the Turians. The Asari will scream as their citadel plunges into the sun. We will keep Solarians as slaves and eat their eggs as a delicacy. If you lack the wisdom to flee, then you will be the first of billions to be crushed beneath our might. For Werlock Gold! Attack!
Hostile spotted.
Yes, I really wanted to to interrupt the speech, but I'm not a jerk. So yeah, what I was gonna say, I like the idea of doing some kind of a competitive series with a co-caster, and then having like a punishment game for whoever loses the match. So this is the time that I'm officially challenging Johnny Big Time to whatever contest he chooses. I'm looking forward to seeing him play Shenzhen IO. Gonna see if I can get some loot before I... Oh crap. Can I try Opus Magnum? I've actually played it. I like it quite a bit. But I suspect you probably mean on stream. Well then. Sweeney Todd enjoys multiplayer. I completely forgot that there was multiplayer 3 on Mass Effect 3. It's better looking than Shenzhen IO. Oh, I just remember. Oh no, I've not played Opus Magnum on stream. It was actually, the idea was just to the idea was just
Repurposed Krogan Hospital.
if I was to subject Johnny Big Time to
Human. Needed test
They're
subject.
trying to cure the genophage.
Humans useful as test subjects.
Now we've got
Focus on.
I'm trying to recover the lost time. But yeah, so I don't have any broadcasts of Opus Magnum, but yeah, Shenzhen IO is just something I thought of that was particularly complicated that I would use as a punishment game on Johnny Big Time, when of course he is utterly destroyed by my superior gaming skill.
But Warlock Gold, the Chief of Chiefs, has ordered...
Krogan don't generally...
I'm sorry to skip over all of this, but...
The Krogan were wrong. When we cure the genophage, Warlock Gold will rule all Krogan. The Krogan rebellions will become the Krogan Empire. The surviving races will frighten their children with tales of what the Blood Pact did to the Turians. The Asari will scream as their citadel plunges into the sun. We will keep Solarians as slaves and eat their eggs as a delicacy. If you lack the wisdom to flee, then you will be the first of billions to be crushed beneath our might. For Warlock Gold! Attack! Do it now, you pitiful!
The good ending is locked if you don't participate in the multiplayer. It's the only reason anyone really played it. Oh, I had no idea. I've played Mass Effect 2 before, but this is my first time doing the full trilogy. Welcome, by the way. I don't think I said hi to you earlier, Sweeney Todd. I'll admit this slowdown is not my favorite mechanic. Okay, I can't save yet. But yeah, one of the things I'm looking forward to for Mass Effect 3 is it's obviously a lot of opinions on that ending. I should probably save before I wind up going off into space again. There's a lot of opinions about the ending, and so far I've been able to avoid being exposed to it. I know people were disappointed by it.
Labs likely through there. Can smell antiseptic. Hint of dead flesh.
Sometimes I'm really glad I can turn off my mask's olfactory filters.
never want to belong to any club.
It's Nemean In's Curse. Thank you very much for the follow. But yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to it just because I know people have really strong opinions on it, and it's going to be my first exposure to it. So you haven't played the full trilogy yet? Sorry, I didn't know. Keep the spoilers to yourself. No, not a problem, Sweeney Todd. I might have missed the spoiler part, but it was not apparent as a spoiler to me. So you're good, and I'm definitely. Like, I sort of get there's a bit of a statute of limitations on this stuff. I can't remember how old Mass Effect 3 is, but it's old. Like, you know, it's it's not even the most recent Mass Effect game. So I appreciate people keeping mum about stuff that'll happen in Mass Effect 3, and I actually don't remember 2 that well.
Data. One moment. Genetic sequences, hormone mutagens still steady. Protein chains, live tissue, clone tissue. Very thorough. Standard treatment vectors, avoiding scorched earth immunosuppressants to alter hormone levels. Good. Hate to see that.
But I sometimes think there's a difference. Like, I remember during LA Noire, somebody comes in and says how it ends, and they were obviously trying to get a rise out of me, and I wasn't particularly bothered by that. I was more annoyed that they were trying to annoy me. And then, obviously, if somebody were to reveal, you know, the ending of Casablanca is like one of the most lampooned things in every, you know, cartoon that you've ever watched. So it's kind of hard for me to say, oh my god, spoilers, I'm not ever going to watch Looney Tunes. So I try to be as reasonable as I can about it, but I do appreciate it. So you have to log off. Thanks for letting me watch. No, not a problem at all, Sweeney Todd. It's a pleasure having you.
Most people wouldn't be so casual about developing a sterility plague, Morton.
Not developing, modifying, much more difficult, working within confines of existing genophage, 100 times the complexity. Errors unacceptable, could cause total sterility, malignant tumors, could even reduce effectiveness, worse than doing nothing. Had to keep Krogan population stable, 1 in 1,000. Perfect target, optimal growth. Like gardening.
Pretty it up however you like. You're talking about murdering millions.
No, murdered no one. Altered fertility, prevented fetal development of nervous system. Have killed many, Shepard. Many methods. Gunfire, knives, drugs, tech attacks. Once with farming equipment, but not with medicine.
That's a cute line. Igor, I also haven't read Lord of the Rings yet, so I didn't know Dumbledore died.
You're saying you were working just as hard to keep their population from falling?
Yes, could have eradicated Krogan. Not difficult. Increased mutation to degrade genetic structure further. Chose not to. Rachni extinction tragic. Didn't want to repeat. All life precious. Universe demands diversity.
Most people wouldn't be so casual about developing a sterility.
Not develop. Had to keep Krogan population stable. 1 in 1,000. Perfect.
What was it
target.
like working on the genophage modification project?
Best years of my life. Wake up with ideas, talk over breakfast, experiments all morning. Statistical analysis in afternoon, run new simulations during dinner, set data runs to cook overnight. Laughter, ego, argument, passion. Galaxy's biggest problem, massive resources thrown at us. Got anything we wanted.
Do you keep in touch with your old team members?
No. All changed with deployment. Made test drop on isolated Krogan clan, hit rest of Tuchanka when results were positive. End of project. Separate ways. Watching it end, watching birth rates drop. Personal. Private. Not appropriate for team.
Sounds like you were pretty important. How'd you go from that to running a clinic on Omega?
Wanted to heal people. Good use of last decade. Something easy. No ethical concerns. Understand rationale for modified genophage. Right choice. Still. Hard to sleep some nights.
How can you agree with using the genophage, Morton? Look at what happened to Tuchanka as a result.
State of Tuchanka not due to genophage. Nuclear winter caused by Krogan before Salarians made first contact. Krogan choices. Refuse truce during Krogan rebellions. Expand after Rachni wars. Splinter after genophage. Genophage medical, not nuclear. No craters from virus. Damage caused by Krogan, not Salarians. Not me.
So if the Krogan banded together and formed a united government, you'd welcome that?
Yes. United Krogan saved Galaxy. Destroyed Rachni. Genophage not punishment. Simply alters fertility to correct for removal from hostile environment.
The effects on Tuchanka are still your responsibility. You upgraded the virus that kept them in barbarism.
Krogan committed war crimes. Refused to negotiate. Turian defeat not complete. Krogan could have recovered, attacked again. Conventional war too risky. Krogan forces too strong. Genophage was only option. Krogan forced genophage. Us or them. No apologies for winning. Wouldn't have minded peaceful solution.
We're not gonna find Malin staring at consoles. Come on.
It is kind of... I do think the idea of the genophage is a really interesting one, because you're sort of faced with this atrocity in the game, and they definitely go interesting places in terms of the...
Dead Krogan, female. Tumors indicate experimentation. No restraint marks. Volunteer. Sterile, werelock female willing to risk procedures. Hoped for cure. Pointless. Pointless waste of life.
I didn't expect you to be disturbed by the sight of a dead Krogan.
What? Why? Because of genophage work? Irrelevant. No. Causative. Never experimented on live Krogan. Never killed with medicine. Her death not my work. Only reaction to it. Goal was to stabilize population. Never wanted this. Can see it logically. But still unnecessary. Foolish. Waste of life. Hate to see it.
I didn't think you'd had much direct contact with things like this. Did you come to Tuchanka after dropping your plague?
Yearly recon missions. Water, tissue samples. Ensure no mistakes. Superiors offered to carry it on. Refused. Need to see it in person. Need to look. Need to see. Accept it as necessary. See small picture. Remind myself why I run a clinic on Omega. Rest, young mother. Find your gods. Find someplace better.
I didn't expect spirituality from you, Morden.
Genophage modification project altered millions of lives, then saw results. Ego, humility, juxtaposition, frailty of life, size of universe. Explored religions after work completed. Different races. No answers. Many questions.
Sounds like you were trying to deal with your guilty conscience. The doctor who killed millions.
Modified genophage project great in scope. Scientifically brilliant. But ethically difficult. Krogan reaction visceral, tragic. Not guilty, but responsible. Trained as doctor, genophage affects fertility, doesn't kill. Still, caused this. Hard to see big picture behind pile of corpses.
Can you really just rationalize it all away? How do you justify it?
Wheel of life. Popular Solarian concept. Similar to human Hinduism in focus on reincarnation. Appealing to see life as endless. Fix mistakes in next life. Learn, adapt, improve. Refuse to believe life ends here. Too wasteful. Have more to offer. Mistakes to fix. Cannot end here. Could do so much more.
If you need this much soul searching to get over it, maybe the genophage was wrong.
Had to be done. Rachni wars, Krogan rebellions, all pointed to Krogan aggression. So many simulations. Effects of Krogan population increase. All pointed to war. Extinction. Genophage or genocide. Save galaxy from Krogan. Save Krogan from galaxy.
You could have cured the genophage instead. Brought hope to the Krogan. They'd have rejoiced.
Assumes human reaction. Krogan stimulus response different. Harsh environment. Take chance to fight. Flee. Would have caused chaos on Tuchanka. Victor would have war economy. Bloodthirsty army. Galactic expansion only logical outcome. More war. Genophage saved lives. War would have ended.
Look at the dead woman, Morden. It doesn't look like you saved her.
No, it doesn't. Worked with available data. Only option. No other possible. Doesn't matter.
So I will admit, there's a tendency.
On my way.
I didn't really want Tali to do that, but fair enough. I'm not 100% in line with some of with Shepard kind of getting on her high horse on some of these cases. And what I was meaning to say was I do sort of like that there is a certain degree of depth in the character's responses to the idea of the genophage. So I think the one thing that I'm not crazy about in some of the Shepard dialogues, and I'm trying to pick the best fit that I can, is that she comes off as very unreceptive to the fact that Morden sees this as the best option available out of equally bad ones. And so the constant insistence of, oh, I'm surprised to see that you care about a dead Krogan, completely ignores the fact that his dialogue has previously addressed why he would be bothered by that and still be able to reconcile his work on the genophage. On the other hand, I also do see this character as somebody who wouldn't necessarily justify an atrocity under any circumstances, which is largely why I'm picking the dialogue options that I can, even if it is arguably the naive choice.
This might be useful.
Krogan Vitality used the research computer to build in the Normandy's lab to build the upgrade. That's the same code as last time.
You killed the Bloodpack guards.
Not Bloodpack, not member of Clan Werlock. Wrong clan markings.
I'm a nerd, not scout. Werlock guards got me. Brought me here.
The Chief Scout told us to watch for you. We've taken out the guards. Get back to Erdnot.
I can't. The Werlock did things to me. Drugs. Injections. Said I was sacrificing for the good of all Krogan. Experiments to cure the genophage. Everything's blurry. have to stay.
Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow, Sean Bean?
Morden, can you get him back on his feet? Stims, maybe? Something to bolster his immune system?
You don't understand. I'm not too sick to leave. I have to stay. They're curing the genophage. They're gonna make it all better. They have to keep doing the tests.
Caution, Shepard. Patient unstable, susceptible, brainwashed.
Why do you want them to keep doing the tests?
This is my fault. I got caught. Wasn't strong enough. Not good enough. This is the best I can do. This is all I can do. I'm not big enough to have a real shot with the females. I'll never have kids of my own. But if I help undo the genophage, then I mattered.
Millions of children will be born. Werelock children. They're gonna destroy the other clans.
But... no. No, they said I was helping Erdnot.
If you want to help Erdnot, you need to get back there. But it would take a real badass to make it back to camp while injured.
I can do it.
You? I said a badass, not some scout whining like a Quarian with a tummy ache.
I'm standing right here.
I'm up. And I'm going to the female camp.
Damn right you are. Get back there and show them what you're worth. Go! Go!
I can't believe that worked.
I love that cutaway to Tali.
Shepard, I'm detecting crates ahead that are holding unstable materials. A misplaced shot could cause a significant explosion.
Or a well-placed shot. Explosives useful. Burn through Krogan armor. Damn it.
Just heading to help.
So these rounds are a little bit better at armor, so what I think I'm going to try doing here is ripping through the armor with the sniper rifle and then letting the team members deal with us. I will be honest, I sometimes feel like 100 credits is not really enough to sort of compensate for a missed chance to revive. On the other hand, the fact that people, I probably should have reconsidered that. But yeah, one of the problems is that I think the ability to revive a team member is worth a little bit more than 100 credits. On the other hand, I also think the fact that team members sort of resurrect after combat also lowers the value of a res. So I still feel like 100 is a little too small, but I'm not sure what the right number is. That was not an explosive barrel. Alright. Again, I'll try and use my better better weapons to get rid of the armor, and then we can... Drat. Something about using 3 bullets to... Oops. Something just feels wrong about using so many sniper shots on something that takes less damage. Okay, I think I'm gonna take a look. Yeah, I'm gonna take a look through that door first because I suspect it doesn't go too far into the level. Oh crap. By the way, thank you for hanging out with me for some of the overtime. Obviously, I'm going past my normal time. If I can, I'm going to try and do the grunt mission. But if there's, I don't know if most people need to go to bed, or if there's maybe a little less energy in the chat, we'll maybe save that for the start of the next cast. But I just feel it's wrong to have Johnny in the channel and not do the Krogan mission. I almost ran straight through that. Ooh, sneaky. Alright. Yep.
What's this?
I think that's the last of the heavy weapon ammo upgrades.
Malin, alive, unharmed. No signs of restraint, no evidence of torture. Don't understand.
For such a smart man, Professor, you always had trouble seeing evidence that disagreed with your preconceptions. How long will it take you to admit that I'm here because I wish to be here?
He wasn't kidnapped. He came here voluntarily to cure the genophage.
Impossible. Whole team agreed. Project necessary.
How was I supposed to disagree with the great Dr. Solus? I was your student. I looked up to you.
Experiments performed here. Live subjects, prisoners, torture and executions. You're doing?
We've already got the blood of millions on our hands, Doctor. If it takes a bit more to put things right, I can deal with that.
You honestly think the experiments you did here are justified?
We committed cultural genocide. Nothing I do will ever be justified. The experiments are monstrous because I was taught to be a monster.
Morden, did you ever perform experiments like this?
No. Never taught you this, Malin.
So your hands are clean. What does it matter if the ground is stained with the blood of millions? You taught me that the end justified the means. I will undo what we did, Professor. The only way I know how.
What happens if the genophage is cured and the Krogan expand again? That will be on your head.
We justified this atrocity by saying the Krogan would cause havoc and war if their population recovered. But look at the galaxy. Batarian attacks in the Traverse, Geth attacks in the Citadel. Is this a more peaceful universe? The assault on your Eden Prime might never have happened if we had let the Krogan recover. We'll never know.
How would a Krogan population explosion have done anything to stop Saren and the Geth?
An increased Krogan population would have forced the Council to take steps. Likely involving colony rights in the Traverse. The Turian fleets would be vigilant for any military activity in the area. They might have stopped the Geth at Eden Prime.
Supposition. Impossible to be certain.
Don't you see? We tried to play God and we failed. We only made things worse. And I'm going to fix it.
You talked about killing, but the genophage isn't lethal. It only affects fertility rates.
Krogan fight over fertile females. They become mercenaries or pirates because they see no alternative. They would be thriving in a cultural renaissance now had we not decided that this is what they deserved.
Inaccurate. Krogan population resulted in war. Simulations were clear.
Why work with Clan Weyrloc? And how did you access the genophage data?
The data was easy to obtain. We all still had clearance. We were heroes. All I had to do was ask. As for the Weyrloc, they were the only clan with both the resources and the commitment.
Urdnot has a larger camp than Weyrloc. Why not use them?
Urdnot Rex is too soft. He wasn't willing to do the experiments I needed. It's Urdnot's loss and Weyrloc's gain. Their clan will be the first to recover from the crime we committed.
Malin clearly doesn't need rescuing. What do you want to do?
Have to end this.
You can't face the truth, can you? Can't admit that your brilliant mind led you to commit an atrocity!
Unacceptable experiments. Unacceptable goals. Won't change. No choice. Have to kill you.
Wait. You don't need to do this, Morden. You're not a murderer.
No. Not a murderer. Thank you, Shepard. Finished, Malin. Get out. No Weyrloc left. Project over.
What if he talks to more Krogan? Tells the public about the modified genophage project?
Special tasks group good at covering tracks. No proof. Weyrloc willingness to work with Salarian, unusual. Other Krogan will kill him.
Aren't you worried that he'll start his research again?
No. Locking this unit. Special task group can cut access to old data. Could start from scratch. Decades of work, though. Didn't teach you everything I knew.
You heard the professor. Get out before he changes his mind.
Where am I supposed to go, Professor?
Don't care. Try Omega. Can always use another clinic.
The Krogan didn't deserve what we did to them, Professor. The genophage needs to end.
Not like this. Apologies, Commander. Misunderstood mission parameters. No kidnapping. My mistake. Thank you.
Don't worry about me, Morden. How are you doing?
Should have killed him. Wanted to. Easier than listening. Easier for him, too. Experiments indicate how far he's fallen. Expected it from Krogan. Not one of mine.
Maybe you'll remember that the next time you're discussing the ethics of the genophage.
Yes. So many variables. Stress responses. Impossible to truly predict. Something to think about. Malin's research. Only loose end. Could destroy it. Closure. Security. Still valuable, though.
This is the research that includes tests on living victims. It's tainted.
Right now, victims died for nothing. Keep it. Use it. Death's worth something. Malin's work could cure genophage. Don't know. Effects on Krogan. Effects on Galaxy. Too many variables. Too many variables.
It's a tough call. Obviously, a convention exists not to use intelligence obtained by torture in certain countries.
The Krogan aren't ready for the genophage to be cured. You can't risk this data being stolen, and I know you can recreate it.
Yes. Only safe course. Wiping drive. Done. Ready to go. Ready to be off to Chanka. Anywhere else. Maybe somewhere sunny.
Let's get out of here.
Troubled by Clan Weyrloc's progress toward genophage cure without Cerberus knowledge. Eradication of cure data removes problem, but must recruit Vorcha, Krogan, and formats to cover information gaps. 750 experience. Cripple an organic enemy with pain. New outfit for Morden. Krogan vitality. Heaven weapon ammo. 27,000 credits earned. 2,000 iridium. And a partridge in a pear tree. So we can drop off the item. I should check to see if Johnny's still around, because if you are, I'll do the grunt mission, or at least with your permission, I'll do the grunt mission. And if not, maybe I should wait for a chance to see that one. In the meantime, though, let's actually. We can already get Grunt, although I'm curious. Yeah, it's a fancy new outfit. I should double check. It's kind of hard to tell which one I like more about Thane, but...
Take your business to the clan leader, and keep your running pet on a short leash. Get him the right soon or put him down.
You know what's wrong with him? What he needs?
There's nothing wrong with him. Just go speak to the clan leader.
I can definitely see some of the differences. Like, Jax is definitely very different.
Someday we'll get off this lot and show those Turians who's boss.
Some of the other characters, it's a little more subtle.
Has increased in strength after the destruction of Clan Werlock. Based on population profiles, Clan Erdnot has adopted surviving members of Clan Werlock, mostly women and children. Also, I have been unable to access local medical records. I suggest asking the local clan leader for assistance with Grunt's problem.
But yeah, I think it kind of depends on, I think it depends a little bit on which character.
They're not worth the effort.
Don't touch anything. If you're gonna stand there, make yourself useful. I can't do anything until I build a replacement manifold for this damn Tomka.
I found a combustion manifold out in the field. Is this what you need?
That'll work. Faster than building one from scratch, at least. You just saved me 3 days' work, human. You've earned my time if you want it.
What's that you're working on there?
I'm tuning up these machines for battle. It's a wonder this Tomka here made it back to camp. It could be worse. A couple more hits on the broadside, and this thing would have crumbled.
Krogan's placed so much importance on martial strength. How'd you become a mechanic?
How do you think those fools make it to the field to kill each other? Who do you think keeps the weapons working? Without me, there's no battle, just slaughter. I am the military might of Clan Erdnot.
How do you feel about what Rex is trying to do?
The old man's crazy if you ask me, which you just did. But that stuff fixes itself. If it doesn't work, Rex gets torn to shreds and we find out who's got the next best plan.
Let me get out of your way.
Don't do me any favors.
Sorry, just one quick second here, guys. Okay, Johnny, if you're not here, let me know, because I'm gonna do Grunt's
This Baron can
mission.
track you anywhere on the planet. Put down some real money, human.
Yeah.
I have nothing to say to aliens or their pet Krogan.
Shepard, what can I do for you, my friend?
I have a Krogan on my crew. He has some kind of sickness and needs treatment.
Where are you from, whelp? Was your clan destroyed before you could learn what is expected of you?
I have no clan. I was tank bred by Warlord Okir. My line distilled from Kredok, Moro, Shiagar.
You recite warlords, but you are the offspring of a syringe.
I am pure Krogan. You should be in awe.
Okir is a very old name. A very hated name.
He is dead.
Of course. You're with Shepard. How could he be alive?
Does that name mean anything to you, Rex?
A vicious warlord responsible for many deaths, who apparently toyed with genetics. A clone undertaking the right.
You are considering it? Tank-bred allowed status as an adult? This is too far.
There's nothing wrong with him. He's becoming a full adult.
Wait, so this is a pilgrimage?
I don't care what aliens call it. Krogan undergo the rite of passage.
Too far, Rex. Your clan may rule, but this thing is not Krogan.
Idiot. So, Grunt, do you wish to stand with Erdnot?
What does the rite of passage require?
Not for me to say, Shepard. The shaman will discuss that.
You'll let a tank-bred Krogan join Clan Erdnot?
Only because he's with you. After all, you and I killed thousands like him. Not quite as big, but many. Clan Erdnot is strong, and the others will do as I say. They see the benefit of my vision.
What happens if he doesn't do this rite of passage?
If he was left here, he would be killed. The clanless are not respected. A tank bred, probably more so. His disposition is what it is, right or no. That's just him being a Krogan. Okeer didn't tell you that in the tank, did he, boy?
This is his choice.
It is in my blood. It is what I am for. Good boy. Speak with the shaman. He's over on the second level. Give him a good show and he'll set you on the path.
I'm pretty sure I did all the side...
You too, Shepard. How many times have you stepped in a mess for your crew, hmm?
Pretty sure I did all the side missions, but I don't remember how this one goes.
I need to go. We'll go over this another time.
Watch yourself, Shepard. Tuchanka isn't safe and homey like Pharaohs and Ilos.
Say you're happy here in this camp, where the power doesn't work half the time? Pyjaks and Baird and other clans are always trying to kill us? You don't have the...
He'll never forgive you for Vermeer, Shepard.
I don't care who you are. The female clans don't see anyone, ever.
Rex knows what... You go beyond yourself, Gatatog Uvank. The rights of Urdnot are dominant.
How do we know it will challenge him? He's unnatural. The beasts of the right could ignore him like a lump of plastic.
They know blood no matter the womb. Your barking does not help your case. I'll speak for myself. This is the tank bread. It is very lifelike. Smells correct as well. Your protests ring hollow, Uvank.
Urdnot Rex has given us permission to seek clan status for Grunt.
Permission? That is good enough, if lacking in spirit.
If this must stand on ritual, then I invoke a denial. My Krantz stands against him. He has no one.
My patience is tested, but Uvank invokes correctly. Grunt, who is your Krant? Your allies willing to kill and die on your behalf?
How is a candidate tested if he brings backup on his rite of passage?
Not every Krogan can be the strongest warrior, but each must inspire his peers to battle at his side. If the ones who know you best can find nothing worthy in you, you should wander the wastes and die alone before you weaken my clan.
We stand with Grunt as shipmates and comrades.
Shipmates are not the same thing, but I grant you aliens your simple interpretation.
Aliens don't know strength. My followers are true Krogan. Everything about Grunt is a lie.
What the hell is your issue? What have you got against Grunt?
It doesn't matter if one of our own made him. He is a manipulation. He may as well be the genophage in the flesh.
The genophage defines the weak. My bloodline will make us stronger.
You sound like Rex, bringing radical change that threatens our core. We have gone too far already.
This is about politics. You maneuver like the Citadel Council. Does your Krant also fight with words?
You dare slander me in such a way?
Impressive. You challenged with words, their natural weapon. And your Krant sees how your position weakens, Uvank.
Shaman, you cannot decide in his favor. What about Krogan tradition if you pollute the rite?
You dare. I was a warrior before your mother was born. I speak with the authority of centuries. I decide who is worthy. That is the end of it.
I have other means to oppose this.
This is really fun.
You have provoked them. Reason enough for me to like you. They're your problem now.
Do we need any special equipment?
To begin the rite, only the candidate and his Krant are required. You love battle, don't you, Shepard? The last gasp of a dying opponent. Bring your love of the fight to Grunt's trial, and he will succeed.
Is that Krogan gonna be a problem?
He is forbidden to interfere, will he? During the rite of passage, you must be ready for anything, Shepard. From what you've shown me, You will not disappoint.
We've waited long enough. Tell us how this works.
Still your impatience, Shepard. For now, know that Grunt will be tested, and that you must adapt.
We're ready. Let's do this.
Excellent.
Yeah, Captain Jill. I mean, I liked the fact that there are a few different responses to the genophage, and particularly I liked the way that you could see a pretty clear line between how Morden reconciled it and how his students sort of failed to make peace with the decision. I'm feeling a little tired, so sorry if I'm not being as interactive, but there's a few more cutscenes and I'm running out of steam a little bit, so this will probably be the last mission, but I'll make sure I put the effort into it.
This is Tachanka's most recent scar. The last Serpa city to fall in the rebellions. The Keystone was at the heart. It has survived wars and the passage of centuries. It endures. Like the Krogan. If you wish to join Clan Urdnot, you must contemplate the Keystone and its trials.
What will happen?
Who knows?
Hey, the Eyes of Sin. Great to see you.
You must thrive no matter the situation. Any true Krogan will.
Survive until the rite is finished.
Let's get started, Shepard. Hit the keystone.
No worries, Sin. I will admit
Let's get started, Shepard. Hit the keystone.
I did miss you a little bit, but not to the point of absolute desperation. I hope you're feeling well.
Let's get started, Shepard. Hit the keystone.
So impatient.
Let's get started, Shepard. Hit the keystone.
I want my loot. All right.
Let's get started.
First the Krogan conquered Tachanka, and mastered a natural world only we are fit to hold. Here they come. I'm ready.
Nice.
There. These beasts will know I'm worthy.
Well, that's the trial, folks. Oh, never mind. Dr. Frankenbinder, thank you very much for the follow, especially when I'm letting the letting the game do a little more talking than me. I really appreciate that. I hope you're doing well. How am I other than tired? I'm quite well. I mean, I'm really only just starting to feel tired after the last 10 minutes or so. And I think that's just because, obviously, I started about an hour later than I normally do on other broadcasts. And I'm going later, so that's kind of to be expected. And honestly, one of the biggest contributors are, it's the fact that I fell asleep with my contacts in. And so I'm actually just really feeling it on my eyes. Obviously, sort of staring at a monitor all day at work, and then coming, you know, pretty much straight home and doing more work on a monitor with contacts that I've had in for over 24 hours is quite a strain. So. It's definitely a neat little story to see each time you hit the keystone. I think these are the exploding ones. Oh, no they're not.
Gear up!
Tali didn't have a chance.
Yeah, right on your ass!
I'm gonna see if I can get some damage in on this guy. It looks like that's not enough. Okay, no damage.
I'll put them down.
This is probably not the right tool for the job at this point.
Impact shot.
I've seen it.
But yeah, so other than that, Captain Shield, like obviously, it's something that definitely like I definitely feel it. I don't want it to get in the way of streaming, but it definitely translates into a little more discomfort than what I normally what I'm normally used to. But you know, I usually stream on Fridays, and I know people have a little bit of an expectation behind it, so I try and be as consistent as I can. And sometimes that means, I mean, a good example of this would even be the times when I'm just not feeling very good.
Our reward, our curse. It is a fight where the only goal is survival.
Everything is shaking.
Deploying combat drone.
I wonder if it's possible to kill this thing. Oops. I mean, we're making good time on it. Oops. Not a problem at all, Ego Karen. It's great to see you here. Thank you for coming along with Johnny's raid. It's always good to see some familiar faces in chat.
I want more.
And I hope you have a good one. I hope you enjoy the event.
You live, and you brought down the Thresher Maw. No one has done that in generations. Urdnot Rex was the last.
My cramp gave me strength beyond my genes, which are damn good.
True. Your alien found weakness in some of my cramp. I wonder, you say you're pure. Okir constructed you? No alien meddling?
The best Krogan traits are distilled into Grunt. He's designed to be perfect.
Being designed is the problem, but not made by aliens. And he is truly powerful. That is a tolerable loophole.
A what?
A reason to accept you. You are a mistake, but your potential could tip the current balance of the clans.
You spit on my father's name, on Shepard's name, but now you stop ranting because I'm strong.
With restrictions. You could not breed, of course, or serve on an alien ship, but you'd be clan in name.
Yeah, so what I was trying to say before, like, obviously, there can be a bad day at work, or I can be feeling troubled about something, and I really do try for everything, like whether it's one of these side projects or whether it's broadcasting, to push that aside and be as consistent as I can. Similar with work, like unless I'm genuinely sick, I try not to show up. I try to show up, although on time is sometimes a problem lately. So yeah, my loss is your gain.
You talk like he's a thing. You're after his power. You don't really want him in your clan.
Of course not. I didn't really want to cooperate with Clan Urdnot either, but I had to. Clan Gatatog is on the verge, either of greatness or of joining the dust. I get traditional support if I fight you, and reformer support if I back you. Your rite of passage tipped that balance too.
It's your choice, Grunt. Sounds like an easy job.
That's the problem. I'm pure Krogan. Vic, you were the pretender.
Your head is valuable, whether you're alive or dead.
Just try to take it.
We've been spotted.
What was Renegade about that?
Begin charging! I'll get you!
Fleeing contact.
Oof, not good.
I'll weaken you before I
I thought I had this equipped. Wow.
Ubik is meat. Let's signal at the Keystone to get out of here and leave him to rot.
No, let me get the credits. Yeah, I don't feel obligated. It is actually, it's a purely personal thing, Captain Shield, because I tend to notice I form habits relatively easily. So if I get in the habit of saying I stream unless I can't, then I'm going to make sure that I stream even if I don't feel 100%. And I've found this with some of my other side projects, which is if I get in the habit, so like I'm on a probably 2 or 3 week streak in terms of making sure that I do my French studies. And I've kept it going.
You have passed the rite of passage, earning the honor of clan and name. Many survive, but it has been years since a thresher maw fell. Your names shall live in glory. Grunt, you are Urdnot. We now own property. Join the army and apply to serve under a battle master.
Shepard is my battle master. She has no match.
Understood. Congratulations, Urdnot Grunt. Accept this token from Fortak. His weapons are the finest we have.
What were you called before you became shaman?
I gave up my name when I became the shaman. I am a conduit for the rage and bloodlust of my people. It would be wrong to retain my old identity. My life belongs to the clan.
I want to know about Tuchanka's past.
Tuchanka is a place of great gifts. It kills the weak, torments the slow, and destroys the stupid. Survival is an honor, and here, Krogan thrive. We cover this planet with our civilization, only to burn it to the ground a dozen times over. Each time, we grow stronger. When we are wise and powerful enough, we will tame the planet forever.
I've never heard anyone say that wiping out their own civilization was a good thing.
I'd have thought you, of all aliens, would understand, Shepard. The Krogan empires and clans of the past were glorious, built in great battles and conquests, but their cores were weak. How else could they have fallen? When Krogan civilization achieves its apex, there will be no stopping it. No stopping us.
I never really thought of it this way, but the Krogan are actually a really interesting biological version of the Reapers, it almost seems like. This constant cycle of...
Tell me about Krogan rites and ceremonies.
You have seen the rite of passage. Krogan suffer the rite of life at birth, and the rite of honor when they wish to be considered for breeding. The rite of firsts is suffered before a Krogan faces a new enemy. A clan leader also undergoes many rites in service to the clan.
What rites did you go through to become Chief Shaman?
Becoming the shaman is excruciating. I passed through rites that made me wish to die. I carry the scars on my soul. I must perform rites each dawn and dusk to keep me bound into our Krogan nature. Our spirit is one of violence and death. I must be attuned to that.
Your job is awful.
Indeed.
I should go.
May your foes be strong enough to keep you sharp.
This might be useful.
But yeah, Captain Shield. So because I have this tendency to form habits, I've noticed French. I've done a good job of keeping with it. And there's another project that I'm working on where I missed one day. And then I made a commitment. It's like, okay, I really need to make sure that I do this the next day. And I wound up missing it. And there's sort of an old saying that, you know, you miss one day, that's acceptable, and missing a second day is the start of a new habit. And sure enough, French has been pretty consistent for me to do. Even the times that I feel like, you know, maybe just another half hour, like maybe I'll put it off. I don't do that. Orion15638, thank you very much for the follow. You guys have been very generous with the attention, and I sort of feel at a time that I have not been 100%. So thank you for that. Thank you very much for that attention. Sean Bean has already anticipated it, but I did just want to finish the idea. So because I've learned this about myself, I wish there were other parts in my life where I was able to be a little more precise on being able to sort of push and pull in terms of my tendencies to form habits. But as a result, whether I'm feeling, my eyes are tired from the contacts, or if I'm not feeling 100% for the stream, I do try to do it, just because I think it's a good habit to be consistent on these things, and I appreciate you guys being here to watch that. So, all right, 750 experience, now level 22. 1 squad point gained. Grunt has joined Clan Erdnot and should be emotionally stable. We'll monitor Krogan's progress of societal acceptance with Clan Erdnot. Hopefully Clan bonds will not interfere with loyalty to Shepard. Data regarding Krogan clan politics useful. Fortification power. Grunt has a new outfit. New shotgun damage. 15,000 credits from Cerberus. 13,800 looted from Dushanka for a total of 28,800 credits. 2,000 platinums, and a partridge in a pear tree. A single partridge in a pear tree, mind you.
A human killed the Thresher on foot.
That's right.
Speaking for the females is an honor, even if it delays my rite of passage. Say otherwise, and I'll kill you.
Don't you again. What can Clan Knockmore do for you?
I was hoping there'd be new dialogue because Grunt's in the squad, but... But it's a partridge in a pear tree, so you get the pear tree with it.
Everybody's heard. Hasn't been done since Rex herself.
You just can't help making trouble. No one has killed a Maw since my turn in the right. Next you'll tell me he's a Quint and crap's dark matter. Guess that's what it takes to replace me. You are Erdnot Grunt. Welcome.
I didn't know, I'm not familiar with that voice actor, Captain Shield. Is there somebody, is there another role I might recognize him from? And no problem, Eyes of Sin, I'm sorry you missed out on...
Sounds like you've got big changes ahead.
Sorry you missed out on some of the action.
We're making a neutral ground where all clans can share resources and fertile females. It's a new day for the Krogan. We shall rise again.
Yeah, we've read all of this, so...
I need to go. We'll go over this another time.
Hunt well, Shepard.
Alright, let's see what Rex's new outfit looks like. And we will... we'll carry on. I think I'm going to save some of the ship dialogue for... I'm going to save some of the ship dialogue for...
Clan Erdnot has increased in strength after the destruction of Clan Werlock. In addition, killing the Thresher Maw has produced several breeding...
The Solarians, too. Those little bastards are so smart. They doesn't fight the rat eye, though, did they? Couldn't take us in a mere like disease. That's a gutless way to win.
I am very sorry that I did not get to hear several breeding requests for Rex and one for Shepard.
Go to the clan leader. Erdnot Grunt, you can go where you want.
But yeah, so I think I'm going to save the Normandy dialogue for another stream. I'm going to take a quick second just to see what Grunt's new armor looks like. Ooh, it's kind of fancy, but I think I'm going to keep the original. Something about taking the damaged armor and giving it a shinier look doesn't quite work for me. But yeah, so what I'm gonna do, I will, I'm gonna go back to the Normandy, and I know some of you do like the, having the stream is something to go to sleep with, or just sort of like the, like the audio dialogue. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna read a few of the whatever letters come in on the console, and then I'm gonna do a few codex entries, whatever recorded ones I still need to get through, and then I'll try and do like one section of the written ones. So with that in mind, I know some people only come for the gameplay. We're going to be done with gameplay for now. We're just going to go through some lore. I do plan on hosting somebody at the end, and I always feel bad when I end on lore because I know that does mean that some people sort of leave the stream ahead of time. I'd love it if you can hang around and show some support for the people who I host next, but I also understand that reading the codexes may not be for everyone. So thank you for watching. If this is the end of our journey together, there will be more Mass Effect next week. And then maybe before I read the things, I'll just let a few people know. Monday we'll be back with most likely Stellaris. And then on Tuesday the 22nd, we will be on the Steam page for Cultist Simulator. It's not guaranteed it'll be on the Steam front page. You do have to have a certain number of viewers for that, and it's becoming increasingly challenging to sort of beat out some of the other more popular games. But I will be there for a nice long time, and hopefully there'll be enough people to share that wonderful game and the new things that'll come along. So we're not done quite yet, but I will say that as far as gameplay is concerned,
Commander,
we're going to be doing.
Received a new message at your private terminal.
We're going to just be doing more atmosphere for this game because I didn't do any of the codices yet. All right. Back from female camp, from Erdnok Darg. Dear human, the clan leader told me how to get in touch with you. I don't remember much of what happened, but the chief scout said that you pulled my quad out of the fire when I got caught and poisoned over at the Warlock camp. Thanks. Next time I have a chance to kill a human, I won't, unless I go into a blood rage or something. I got to go to the female camp after I recovered, and it was pretty good. I was actually thinking of joining the Blood Pack before this happened. I think I'm going to stay here instead. Erdnok Dog, Scout, 2nd class. And thanks, Captain Shield. I actually haven't seen. Well, I saw one Transformers movie, so I may not recognize the name. Anyways, codices.
Humans detected IAI. The Krogan homeworld boasts extreme temperatures, virulent diseases, and vicious predatory fauna.
Yeah, I understand completely, Captain
Around
Shield.
1900 BCE, the Krogan discovered atomic power, promptly instigated many intraplanetary wars, sending Tuchanka into a nuclear winter. With most of their industrial base destroyed, the Krogan entered a new dark age, and warring tribal bands dominated. Populations remained low for the next 2,000 years. First contact with the Solarians made resurgence possible. Krogan brought to less hostile planets bred exponentially and returned to reconquer their home. They built vast underground shelters to shield themselves from surface radiation, which proved prescient during the Krogan rebellions, when many of them isolated themselves in a vain attempt to avoid the genophage. Convinced they could outbreed the genophage, they transmitted it into more than 90% of the sealed bunkers. Today, Tuchanka's population is sharply limited, and while individual Krogan are long-lived, the genophage ensures few replacements.
All right. Oops. Not done with those yet. Humanity and the Systems Alliance. Military ranks. The Alliance uses a modified version of the ranking system that has been used for hundreds of years. Soldiers are classified into rank-and-file enlisted personnel, experienced non-commissioned officers, and specially trained officers. The divide between naval personnel and ground forces, Marines, is small. Ground units are a specialized branch of the fleet, just as fighter squadrons are. This unity of command is imposed by the futility of fighting without control from orbit. Without the Navy, the Army is pointless. Hey! Just 1 second here. The Army's without the Navy, any army is pointless. The Marines, as a matter of pride, maintain some of their traditional rank titles. For example, Marines have privates and corporals instead of servicemen. We have got Outworld inside the chat. So, it's been too long since I spoke to you. How are you, my good man? I am doing quite well, Outworld. Feeling rather tired as I've been up for a little while. Captain Shield, I particularly mentioned this. Outworld is a wonderful, obviously partnered, but wonderful Australian caster, and if you've not had a chance to check him out, I definitely recommend that you do so. Still remember our chats about interaction? Absolutely, Outworld. I was actually, so there's a video that I started recording for you, and unfortunately, because I record an MP4, I ran out of hard drive space. It caused a break in the video, and so the entire thing was corrupted. But I was actually meaning to give you a video about interaction, and unfortunately, I've been very busy between work and streaming and stuff like that I haven't had a chance to re-record it yet. So I appreciate your patience on that, and I'm rather sorry that I have not been in touch as much as I should be. But I plan on doing. Obviously, I've spoiled the surprise now, but yeah, I'd really like to follow up on that because I have a feeling that it'd be better as a case study. But I hope you're doing well. For those of you who don't know Outworld, by the way, guys, I've hosted him every once in a while. Probably his claim to fame is as a sort of a Mortal Kombat expert, hence the name, obviously. But that's not the only thing he does. He's played Deus Ex, I believe both the original. I think I saw him playing Human Revolution the last time, though. He's done Domina, which is a fun sort of Twitch integrated game. He's also done, why can't I remember the name of this one? One way or the other, I would definitely classify him as actually, in October he had a fun idea too, so he did Red October, which was to play all of the Tom Clancy games. Now, I actually don't have too many of them, and Outworld definitely lends towards the tactical and the strategic, so he was doing a lot of End War, which I still haven't had the delightful experience of. The microphone wasn't quite registering what I was saying, so I sort of fell off the rails for that one for a little bit. But he was doing some Ghost Recon, I seem to recall, and all good. It'd be fascinating if he did the deep cuts like Politica and Ruthless.com and all of that. I don't even know if you could play those anymore. But yeah, definitely, guys, please do check out Outworld. He's a really nice guy. I've actually known him on Twitch for a while, and he's definitely somebody who has had some tremendous success on this platform, and it's easy to see why, because he really is a tremendously friendly and engaging streamer. And it's really interesting to see him branch out into new things, and I think one of the reasons for that is that this is going to sound like a kind of a backhanded compliment, but I think one of the things is that I know sometimes where things haven't worked out the way that he planned, but I love the fact that he doesn't just rest on what will like give a pile of views. I really like the fact that he's willing to go outside of his comfort zone, even if that means doing things that his regular audience doesn't necessarily follow him through with. Because I think it's sometimes very easy to get obsessed with those numbers and maybe not to let as much of your personality come through in that way. And it's definitely very easy to see that Outworld is somebody who has, always puts himself in his broadcasts and really lets that come across. So I'm always very happy to get a visit from him. But I think more importantly, he's definitely somebody who I like to sort of promote, especially around this hour, because I know that I'm not normally up and streaming around this time. So, getting a chance to have some people from more diverse, more having a geographically diverse audience. It's always nice to have some people who I can recommend who cast at different hours from me. But it's all good. I'll be honest with you, Outworld. It's more interesting because it's the thing that Red Storm made before they made Rainbow Six. I'm not entirely sure Politica is great as a game, although I always think it's interesting when people represent politics in games, because I think it's not been done particularly well. I feel like there are more opportunities to do political games than have been realized. But anyways, sorry, I'm partway through a codex. I should just caution you, Outworld, I'm probably going to be doing more codices than missions. That's because I'm already about an hour and 20 minutes past my usual ending time, but I haven't done any of the lore yet, so for tonight. So I wanted to get a little bit of this done. But if you want to hear me read, you're very welcome to hang out for it. And yeah, it's an interesting one. I seem to remember I rather liked Ruthless.com when I played it, but I don't have a copy anymore. So Right, for example, Marines have privates and corporals instead of servicemen. In ascending order of responsibility, the ranks of the Alliance are enlisted: serviceman 3rd class, private 2nd class, serviceman 2nd class, private 1st class, serviceman 1st class, corporal. NCOs: service chief, gunnery chief, operations chief. Officers: 2nd lieutenant, 1st lieutenant, staff lieutenant, lieutenant commander, staff commander, captain major, rear admiral, general, admiral, and fleet admiral. Systems Alliance, N7. The Alliance Military Vocational Code system classifies the career path of all serving personnel. The MVC consists of 1 letter and 1 number. A soldier's MVC indicates proficiency, not rank. The letter denotes career path. The number indicates level of experience, as indicated by service record, technical scores, and commendations. All 26 letters are used, and numbers run from 1 to 7. The N code is for Special Forces personnel. Terra Firma Party. Terra Firma is an alliance political party formed after the First Contact War. Its policy agenda is based on the principle that Earth must stand firm against alien influences. This covers a variety of legislation. Recent activities by Terra Firma include opposition to a law requiring high school alien language study, a proposal to increase tariffs on alien imports, and leading a popular movement to mark the First Contact War with a public holiday. Though founded by well-meaning individuals who feared the submersion of native human, I think they mean subversion, of native human cultures under a wave of alien vogue, Terra Firma's agenda attracts many jingoists and xenophobes. And finally, the timeline. 2069, Armstrong Outpost at Shackleton Crater becomes the first human settlement on Luna. It is formally founded on July 24th, the 100th anniversary of the first lunar landing. 2103, Lowell City in Eos Chasma becomes the first human settlement on Mars. 2137, Eldfell Ashland Energy Corporation demonstrates helium-3 fuel extraction from the atmosphere of Saturn. 2142, the construction of Gagarin Station, Jump Zero, begins beyond the orbit of Pluto. 2148, prospectors discover the Prothean ruins at the Promethei Planum on Mars. 2149, translation of Prothean data leads humans to the Charon Mass Relay, Systems Alliance founded to coordinate exploration and colonization of extrasolar worlds. 2151, a shipping accident on Singapore International Spaceport exposes downward communities to containers of dust form element 0. Alliance begins construction of Arcturus Station. 2152, roughly 30% of the children born in Singapore after element 0 exposure suffer from cancerous growths. Systems Alliance begins settlement of Earth's first extrasolar colony world, the planet Demeter. 2154, Commander Shepard is born. 2155, the Systems Alliance occupies completed portions of the Arcturus Station as its headquarters. 2156, some children of Singapore exhibit minor telekinetic abilities. 2157, Turians encounter human explorers, First Contact War, occupation, and liberation of the human colony of Shanxi. 2158, humans learn potential of biotics. An international effort to track element 0 exposures begins. Roughly 10% of exposed children show some level of biotic ability. 2160, Systems Alliance Parliament founded. 2165, humans establish embassy on the Citadel. 2170, Batarian slavers attack the Alliance colony of Mindor. Or is it Mindoir? Anyways. 2176, during the Skyllian Blitz, pirates and slavers attacked Elysium, the human capital in the Skyllian Verge. 2177, Thresher Mars devour the Alliance colony of Akuz. 2178, in retaliation for the Skyllian Blitz, an Alliance fleet wipes out an army of slavers on the moon of Torfan. 2183, Geth, led by a rogue spectre, Saren Arterius, attack the Citadel, ensuring a battle that cost thousands of lives. A few weeks later, the SSV Normandy is ambushed and destroyed. Commander Shepard is presumed dead. And 2185, the current date. Actually, I'm kind of curious. So, how old is Shepard? 2154. So 31. Very accomplished. Ilos. Like the ancient human city of Troy, Ilos is a world known only through second-hand sources. References to Ilos have been found in several other Prothean ruins, though direct study of the world is unlikely to occur. Ilos lies in a remote area of the Terminus systems, only accessible by the legendary Mu Relay. 4,000 years ago, the relay was knocked out of position by a supernova and lost. Since then, Ilos and its cluster have been inaccessible. Occasionally, a university will organize an expedition to chart a route to Ilos using a conventional FTL drive. These never get beyond the planning stages due to the distance and danger. The journey could take years or decades, passing through hostile terminus systems and dozens of unexplored systems. Purgatory. Originally an ARC ship designed to carry agricultural animals, the Purgatory was taken by the Blue Suns Mercenary Company during a large-scale battle in the Skyllian Verge. In a years-long reconstruction of its interior, the Blue Suns repurposed it to hold sapient prisoners, supposedly because they captured so many in their conflicts throughout the galaxy. When media outlets started investigating claims that the ship was used for slaving operations, the Blue Suns turned the public relations nightmare into a regular income source. Claiming to be in full accordance with Citadel law, the crew of Purgatory now regularly lands on planets or space stations, claiming that they can no longer hold their prisoners because of cost overruns. To avoid keeping prisoners under inhumane conditions, they will have to release them at the nearest port, dumping the scum of the galaxy directly into the local population. Faced with such a scenario, the government usually grants Purgatory's crew massive discounts in fuel, food, and repairs as long as they go away. Some even offload their own prisoners to Purgatory for a fee, grateful to have the problem relocated somewhere other than their backyard. Such unfortunates go into the dark depths of the ship, never to be seen again by their families or contacts. Purgatory is minimally armed with Guardian defenses. Though a cruiser-weight ship, it relies on the Blue Suns fighters to protect any attacks bent on jailbreak or similar events. The Migrant Fleet. The Flotilla, or the Migrant Fleet, is a fleet of roughly 50,000 starships that houses over 17 million Quarians. The largest collection of starfaring vessels in the galaxy, the fleet is so large that it may take days for all the ships to pass through a mass relay. The ships are constantly repaired, replaced, and updated to comfortably house as many Quarians as possible. Typically, ships specialize in roles for the fleet, from the enormous agricultural live ships to the shielded lab ships to the repurposed freighters known as home ships that house Quarian children, young parents, and educators. Employed Quarians typically live in the ship that they work on, since commuting from ship to ship ties up resources with unnecessary docking procedures. Even within the flotilla, Quarians on most ships will remain encased in their protective suits. Rarely, Quarians will meet on clean ships for specific purposes such as medical services or reproduction. When this occurs, they remove their suits, knowing full well that it is likely they will spend a few days having allergic reactions or getting over infections as their weakened immune systems compensate for each other's presence. And Vermeer. Vermeer is a lush world located on the frontier of the Attican Traverse. Its vast seas and orbital position on the inner life zone have created a wide equatorial band of humid tropical terrain. Only the political instability of the region has impeded efforts at colonization. Many times the Citadel has opened negotiations to settle Vermeer with the various criminal gangs and petty dictatorships in the nearby terminus systems. All fell apart due to internal power shifts within the opposing parties. The Citadel has written off the colonization of Vermeer as impossible without significant political change. The terminus powers themselves are unlikely to ever settle Vermeer. Most lack the resources to support settlement of a virgin world, finding it more expedient to steal from their neighbors than to build for themselves. So we've got publications, ships and vehicles, special vehicles, technology, the veteran, weapons, armor. So we still have a bit of work left. I think if we get a little bit closer to the end game, I might push a bit harder on these secondary readings, but I think we'll probably be able to get through all of it. And on that note, guys, again, thank you very much for hanging out. It looks like we still managed to finish at double digits, which I appreciate because I know some people are not as big of a fan of the narration as everybody else is. I will again offer a quick reminder that we are going to be doing, so obviously Stellaris again on Monday. Occasionally I'll do Crusader Kings 2. But the big event that's going to be coming up is the fact that we will be doing Cultist Simulator on their Steam webpage. So if you'd like to support that, we definitely benefit from having more bodies in the chat. That makes it more likely that we'll get the Steam front page, which of course means even more people getting exposed to the game and getting exposed to the channel. A lot of you have been very supportive of that, and I know that not everybody's able to go, but I always go for a long time on those. I always have a great time introducing new people to the game, and it's always... do believe me that I always feel comfortable presenting to larger audiences, but it's always very nice to see familiar faces inside the channel, because it's an opportunity for me to share, you know, a special moment with people who enjoy watching me when there aren't a lot of people hanging out. Other than that, Mondays are strategy games. We'll do Cultist Simulator again on Wednesday. Obviously, we'll have a brand new patch to play with, so that'll be fun there. I'll try and see if I can get a little Cultist Simulator in over the weekend. No promises, but it would be nice if we can get an Ascension victory before the new patch drops. And other than that, if you just like Mass Effect, we'll be doing that again next Friday. So thank you very much. Isley, thank you very much for... I think I got that right. Let's double check the... I'm willing to... Yeah, it's Isley. I'm willing to let the music cut out a little bit for that. But again, thank you guys. This was a lot of fun. Thank you for the follows and the attention and everything else. Let's before we go any further, you as well, Outworld. I'm very happy to see you. I've seen you stream occasionally right around the time I'm going to bed, and it's really great to be able to see you inside the channel, especially when I'm not able to catch your stuff. So let's host. I don't always get to host Metamancer that often. She's doing Twitch RP, and she's currently playing Atlas, which I believe is the pirate game by the people who did Ark. So it's been a while since I've seen her. I have not seen Atlas, and I'm actually trying to sort out my following list by the number of people who have the lowest views. So there's a few good people on. I'll probably be watching a little Rift Tracks. They've got 300. W. Shan's streaming to 167 people with Resident Evil 2. Kilgore Trout is going through Portal 2 with almost 100 viewers. Elegy, who Eyes of Sin is a moderator for, is currently doing Nier Automata. And Metamancer is currently streaming to 32 viewers. So definitely more people than myself. But definitely somebody who I haven't seen in a while. So I am going to be hosting Metamancer, but as Outworld said, Kilgore Trout's a great guy. Elegy is, W. Shand is. They're all very friendly. They all have their own audiences and that. So don't let the fact that I'm rating one of these people mean that I have a preference over the others. One other thing I forgot to do before I finish off tonight, I need to say a bunch of thank yous for hosts. So we've got the Rambler 146, Miss Ariella, Mr. Franz, Kaylee Cakes, Custom Games, Yorkshire Bastard, Johnny Big Time, The Sleepbringer, Starbright Knight, Unknown Brigade, Ottawa Streamers, Nubasaur 42, Ulster Fighter, Captain Shield, Loremaster Noah, Malicide, Amber Ray, and Flowfi hosting me. I'm sorry to do that so quickly, but Twitch always rearranges the groupings, so I was able to get it to go in one group. So I hope you guys enjoy Metamancer. If not, you have some other yes, yeah, I've got a bunch of very nice people who put me on their auto hosts. So I have no idea if he's around, but he still hosts me. So anyways, guys, this is Metamancer's link. I'm just gonna hit the host button. Hope you guys enjoy it, and we'll see you next time. Have a wonderful evening, and yeah, I'm going now.